to disenfranchise the state's Republican voters by pushing for a redistricting plan that would give them a permanent supermajority in the state.
Last November, President Donald Trump received 46.6% of the votes. If this redistricting plan passes, it would mean Republicans would hold only 18% of the state House seats in a state where at least 40% of the voters are Republicans. In 2020, the overwhelming majority of Virginians voted for a constitutional amendment that codified nonpartisan redistricting. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin calls the new redistricting proposal, quote, nuts. Youngkin added that Democrats are, quote, trying to run some desperate plan to redistrict Virginia. I think it's unconstitutional. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Frustration running high on Capitol Hill, where Republicans continue to call on Democrats to drop their demand for $1.5 trillion in new spending, or else that they won't reopen the government. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says it's time.
Chuck Schumer doesn't do anything that doesn't have a political component to it. And honestly, I think that's what's driving this. If you think about it, there really isn't any other explanation. I think they're so scared of their hardcore base.
And he says that Minority Leader Schumer fears that he may be primaried by his own party if he does not prove to be sufficiently radical in his opposition to President Trump and hence the government shutdown. The President and the Australian Prime Minister this week inked a new deal that will allow the import of more critical minerals from the land down under. Economist Steve Moore with the Committee to Unleash Prosperity says there is a solution to the shortage of minerals. The U.S. has plenty of their own.
We have far more of these minerals than China does. Why is it that today we're dependent on Beijing for our critical minerals, which are necessary for our manufacturing, our defense systems, our microchips?
Moore made his comments to the Salem Radio Network, and you'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
The government issues a mixed picture on inflation for last month. Correspondent Ed Donahue has more.
The Labor Department says gas prices went up, rent cost cooled, growth appears steady, but hiring has slowed. The numbers show inflation has risen more slowly than many economists expected when President Trump imposed sweeping tariffs. Ed Donahue, Washington.
The leader of Canada's most populous province says he'll put the anti-tariff ad that prompted U.S. President Donald Trump on hold. The president threatened to end trade talks with Canada unless that ad is put on hold. The Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, says after speaking with Prime Minister Mark Carney, he did decide to pause the advertising campaign, effective on Monday, so the trade talks can resume. The ads will, however, continue to run over the weekend, and that includes during the first of the World Series games. You'll find breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. They've done it now. Somebody released thousands of minks being raised on an Iowa farm.
Fencing was cut, pens and nest boxes were destroyed to release the mink, which are raised for their fur. By Friday morning, just over 60% of the mink had been recovered. Farmers say that the mink are not adapted to survival and tend to succumb to elements in the wild. There are about 2 such incidents of mink releases a year. The Animal Legal Defense Fund says that mink farms crowd animals in inhumane and unsanitary cages that can contribute to the spread of disease and are supporting legislation to end mink farming in the U.S. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Stocks closed at new highs on Friday as a cool inflation report spurred a lot of investment opportunities, with people feeling very optimistic. The Dow was up close to 500 points at the closing bell, and the high-tech NASDAQ up by about 270 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Good morning, everybody around the world and coaches around the world. You're listening to Fantasy Football Blitz here with me, David Tees. I'm all by myself today here at Studio 14 at WRMN 1410. I have my co-host is out of town today. Well, not at Elgin, but he's out of town today. So I'm all by myself doing Fantasy Football Blitz. They're getting ready today here for, Nightmare on Chicago Street setup. It's a one-day event here today. Starts at 6 o'clock. The biggest Halloween party ever. Downtown is shut down. So, that all being said, best thing is to do is to, come on down. Enjoy yourself, you know. Oh, Lord. Sorry to get some cameras set up here. Let me check this out real quick, everybody. Oh, I don't have a camera feed. Let's go to this. Oops. I can't get things to go. So, let me see if I can get things going. How about that? That's a lot better. So we got an empty seat. And we don't see John. Okay, I can see it now. All righty. So let's get it today for our show ready to go here. Coaches, you got to get ready for the bye weeks here. Bye weeks teams are going to be the Raiders, the Jags, the Rams, the Seattle Seahawks, the Detroit Lions, and the Arizona Cardinals. Those are your bye weeks, so be prepared for that. I'm going to put on my glasses so I can read all my paperwork. Anyhow, sorry about that. Now I look professional, don't I? Let's start with game one today. Jets versus the Bengals. Justin Fields is healthy. He's ready to start, but are they going to start him? They're talking about Tyrod Taylor taking over, but he's a little bit banged up. So, coaches, if you need a quarterback, Tyrod Taylor might be something to look at. You'll know more. Look at your inactives and who's going to start on your websites to see how that scenario turns out onto there, you know. But also, too, is a note on this particular game is Hall is questionable. He's a little bit questionable, so you might want to look at, see if he's going to play too. Jarrett Wilson is definitely out for this game, so you're going to have to, I don't know, look for other options onto that team there. Not much to pick from on that team right now because nobody's really, really good on that team, and we'll just skip that one. But on the Bengals side there, you got Flacco as your quarterback. Had a good week last week. And then you got Chase Brown, who is healthy. That would be a guy I would definitely start as a stardom because of Jets' run defense isn't really that good. Said that last week when the score was a little bit low, but I think it's with other players being banged up, and I think morale's a little bit low on that team, so they might not be playing that good. Must start on this game, Jamar Chase. Always start him. If you're a fantasy owner, I wouldn't sit him. He had a heck of a game with Flacco being a little bit more of a better accurate passer. They seem to be giving him more protection to be able to throw to his receivers out there and his tight ends. I mean, Samples was a beast blocking for the running game. I mean, that's why Brown had a really, really big monster game running. He had a lot of holes. Sample was just out of control. T. Higgins, that's another guy I would definitely be looking to start up onto there. And then you got Hendrickson, the other tight end. Samples and Hendrickson, I think are two good tight ends that you should be looking at starting if you need a tight end in this game. I know last week we talked about tight ends a lot. As my co-host said, touchdown dependence are tight ends. But, so I would be looking at that game right there. Matter of fact, that's really all I got to say about that game. The next game, Chicago Bears versus the Baltimore Ravens. By the way, if you want to listen to that game, we are the home of the Chicago Bears here on WRMN 1410 AM. So you can just listen to the station, tune in, turn the TV down, and listen to the game. It's a really good game to listen to. But let's go back to this. I'll tell you this right now. Caleb Williams had a really good game. The Saints, first half, he was a little bit on fire, and the defense was phenomenal last week. That defense with 3 turnovers was just on fire. Second half, they kind of died down a little bit, but DeAndre Swift, man, he was running the ball. Again, second week in a row, he was running the ball very good. He's another guy, if you're looking for a running back, definitely I would be a guy that would, because start today, he's a must start today because the Baltimore Ravens runs defense is just not that good. Even though Roquan Smith is coming back this week, he played for the Bears, so he might have a little bit of a grudge. He might want to help out there, but their defense has just been terrible for the last 6 weeks. I mean, week 1 they looked good, and then after that, just disappeared. But, yeah, DeAndre Swift is also questionable this week. So I would watch that if you're a fantasy owner. But I'm going to say he's going to play. That's my feelings about that. I'm going to take these headsets off. Oduzier, another start out of that. Williams is throwing the ball a lot. I mean, yeah, he did have a pick last week. But Oduzier, definitely. DJ Moore is questionable. Watch that. Look up into there. There will be no Komet into this game, so Loveland's going to be the starting tight end. So he's a big boy. He's a guy I would definitely look into if they keep utilizing their tight ends like they did, last week. I think the Bears are going to definitely pull this game out, even though I have Lamar Jackson on my team. But I just hope he scores a lot and Bears still win the game. So, yeah, I can have both sides of that. But anyhow, on the Ravens side there, Lamar Jackson is questionable, but he's been practicing the last 3 days. So I pretty much say he's going to be the starter this week. But still, you got to watch it. I got to watch it because I'm planning on starting him today. They got another note onto this. DeAndre Hopkins is a questionable. Not a big factor onto that team, but, he's still got some talent onto there. If you're looking for a receiver and he's going to play, it might be a guy I would pick up out of there. Zay Flowers has been quiet pretty much this season. I hope he isn't this game. I hope he has a couple touchdowns. But once again, remember, I want the Bears to win, but I want the Ravens to score a lot of points. But the Bears score a lot of points, and we all could be happy in our world, right? Derrick Henry, he looked pretty good last week. Oh, sorry, they were out of bye week. He looked pretty good the week before. As long as he holds onto the ball, that fantasy owners, Derrick Henry is a stud. you got to start your studs every week. And people get confused. They look into the matchups like this defense good and this offense is good. You know, start your studs. Go with your gut feeling. Mark Andrews is going to be playing in this game. He's a definite guy I would be starting. If Lamar is coming back, it's going to be a lot of dink and dunks, short passes. They're not going to let him run the ball a lot. So I think the Bears are going to watch that very closely because he is coming nursing a hamstring injury, which he's been off for a couple of weeks with a bye week. So hopefully he's rested and ready to go. Next game, Miami and Atlanta. I don't know. Miami's just not doing good. Not doing good this year. Tua, I've never been a fan of Tua. He's got a lot of inconsistencies. I mean, they have no Tyreek Hill. Definitely onto that one. So that takes a lot away. But their offensive line is just terrible. He doesn't have time to pass the ball. Let me see. I know that they said during the week that Etienne and Ali Gordon, my boy, they want Gordon to get involved into the game more. So fantasy owners, if you're looking for a flex, he might be a guy to definitely look into. Other than that, we got Jalen Waddle was questionable during the week, but he is, I read yesterday, he is definitely going to be playing. So he is in the lineup. That being said, what else we got out of there for them? We got Washington as a receiver. Darren Waller is out. So Waller is out. So we got Hill as the tight end over there. So he would be a guy I'd be looking at if you're looking for a pickup on a tight end. I would pretty much stay away from the Miami. And this Atlanta defense has just been playing some good ball. They've been really doing good. Very impressive. The offense is gelling. But let's go with Atlanta here. Penix is questionable. I'm going to tell you, I don't think he's going to play. I think they're going to rest him this week. So the quarterback is going to be Kirk Cousins coming back. There's a guy we haven't heard or seen for a while. So, excuse me. Fantasy owners, if you're looking for a quarterback and he's on the waivers, I would probably pay attention to that final injury report and look at picking up Kirk Cousins. Why not? You know, if you need a quarterback, I would do that. Bijan Robinson is a stud. He's a beast. Start him every week. You have to. This guy is just unbelievable. You put that ball in his hands, he just unloads on teams. He's a must start. He's a stud. Like, start your studs, I always say. Drake London is having a good year this year too. He's been a target there for Penix, catching the ball and doing a great job. Darnell Mooney is going to be actually coming back and playing in this game. He's been banged up with a hamstring. So if you're looking for another receiver, he would be somebody I'd see if he's on your league and on your waiver wires. If Kirk Cousins is coming back here and going to play, you know, the offensive line is pretty good this year for Atlanta. I would definitely probably start Cousins and pick him up if you don't have another option, because he's got the arm. He will throw the ball down the field. He might be a little rusty, but he's been practicing as the first quarterback this week. So next game here, Bills versus the Panthers. I hope they enjoyed their vacation. I'm not a Bills fan. Hate Josh Allen. Really do hate him. But anyhow, Josh Allen will be playing. He's a stud. Start him. James Cook is having a really quiet year this year. He hasn't been scoring a lot of touchdowns, which is good. I like that. And the Panthers' run defense has been pretty good the last few games. Actually, Panthers' defense has been impressing me a little bit. Dawson Knox is definitely going to be playing this game. Kincaid is questionable. I don't think he's going to play. It looks like he's not going to play. So owners, pay attention to that one. If you need a tight end, Knox might be your guy. Josh Allen does like throwing to Knox, and he's very dependent on his tight ends. Let me see. We got Coleman, wide receiver. Another guy, quiet year this year. hasn't been getting touchdowns, been getting the yardage for PPR leagues. He'd be a start this week on PPR leagues, but touchdown leagues, I would say just be weary of that one. If you got somebody else to start, I don't know. I would sit them, but if you look at it on paper, it looks like an easy game. They're not easy games sometimes. Other than that, Shakir is another wide receiver that I would start this week. Then you got Palmer is questionable. Joshua Palmer is questionable. So, and then they got Stover, another wide receiver, big boy. He's been quiet, but, this team is loaded with wide receivers. So pick and choose onto that one, who you think is going to tear it up. And then on the, this is going to be funny, too. On the Panther side, Bryce Young is doubtful. So that pretty much says he's not going to play. I'm going to say he's not going to play. So that's going to give the backup Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton is going to be the quarterback, it looks like, this week. If you need a quarterback, it might be a guy you need. If you're desperate for quarterbacks, he's not the greatest. Another guy we haven't heard his name for a while, been quiet, kind of like the Kirk Cousins situation. Rika Dow, I'll tell you that right now. He was quiet last week, but 2 weeks before that, he was just tearing it up. You got Hubba coming back into there, so they're going to be using the two-headed monster. So you're going to have to be weary on who to pick and choose onto that one. I don't know. That's a good one right there to do that. So anyhow, what we got is there we go. I got that back on. For wide receivers, you got Leggett. He's been a dependable receiver. I would definitely start him. And McMillan been having a pretty good year too. So those would be guys I would be definitely looking at into that game. Let's go to the next game, which is going to be here. I like to write my stuff down. I'm not computer savvy. So I like the guys that sits there and writes. I don't really get into that stuff. 49ers and Texans. Purdy is out. I read that already. He is not going to play for another week. Wow. I mean, I guess that injury's a little bit banged up. Jones is the backup quarterback. He is actually banged up a little bit, questionable, but he's going to play. He's been getting reps. Christian McCaffrey, stud once again. Fantasy owners. Sorry. He's your stud. You got to start him every week. If you need Robinson had 42 yards total rushing, and I think he had a couple passes. You need a flex. He might be a flex. Who knows? McCaffrey needs a rest. Robinson goes in there, scores, or gets some more yardages. I would definitely look at that. Pearsall is questionable. I don't think he's going to play. So Bourne might be a receiver to start if you need a receiver to start. Into this game too is Jawad Jennings is playing. You got DeMarcus Robinson as another receiver you could look at. And George Kittle is back. He did play this last week. He missed a couple of balls. I don't think him and Jones were in sync. It takes a little time when a guy gets back off of injuries. For the first week, he's been off for a long time. But 49ers keep finding a way to win games. They don't win pretty. They don't win by a lot of points right now, but they're just finding ways to win this game. Texans defense has gotten a lot better. C.J. Stroud, it's like John said, oh, that's right, he's not here. I don't miss him. Anyhow, it's like I said, the whole thing about it is Stroud, definitely start. 49ers defense is tough. You got Chubb and Marks as running backs. Marks is a good flex to go with. Chubb will be, I don't think, getting a lot of yards. 49ers defense is a little bit banged up without their Warner or whatever. I don't pay attention to defense. Nico Collins is definitely questionable with the concussion. I would rule him out of that game. I don't think he's going to make it. Definitely a week for, so that will give Noel, Xavier Hutchinson, and basically, good receivers, but not the best. So C.J. Stroud is just not having that year this year. So the team has still got a lot to go for. Next game, Giants and Eagles. This is going to be a good game. Giants last week, wow, they just scored up on Denver really fast, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. Dart was looking good. The whole team was looking good, the defense. And then in the second half, whoops, the wheels fell off, and I could not believe 33 unanswered points by Denver. Like, wow, they just shut down the Giants' offense really bad. So in this game, Dart, I would say, is going to have a hard time. But the Eagles' defense hasn't been playing good ball, just like the Ravens. They're not playing good ball, so teams are scoring on them. Scattaboo and Tyrone Tracy, I think they're going to go back to the two-headed monster onto that, so you're going to have to pick and choose what you got to do with that one. But I do like Scattaboo. I think he's going to run one in this week. I don't think his yardages are going to be high like I thought last week. I was wrong on that. Sorry, owners. Sometimes I'm wrong more than once. You got Wan'Dale Robinson. He's kind of like out there by himself. Not a stud, but like I said, a lot of injuries this year. So Wan'Dale Robinson would probably be a pickup and a start this week. Theo Johnson. Now this guy I think would be definitely a pickup if you need him in the start. Like I said, my team is banged up on receivers. Plus bye weeks. That just kills you sometimes. But then you got Daniel Bellinger, a tight end. I really do like this guy. I think he's going to come along as this team grows as a young, how would I say it? A young team growing together, So that being said, I would actually, that would be that. And then you got the typical suspects over on Philadelphia. You got Jalen Hurts, hasn't been running the ball. He passed the ball a lot. A.J. Brown had a really good week last week. So did Smith. Those two were getting balls, throwing a lot to them. They both teed up over 120 yards each. Saquon Barkley has been quiet. Really hasn't scored in 3 weeks. I don't know what's up with that. I know they're trying to get away from the run because the receivers in Philadelphia, they want the ball more. They want touchdowns. I get it. Everybody wants the ball. You can only give the ball to so many people. But with the Giants D being pretty good on the front line, I think Barkley's going to still have a little bit of running problems this week. So, but he's a stud. You got to start him. You just can't let him sit, right? So. That being said, you got Smith, great receiver. Definitely start him this week. I think Jalen Hurts is going to throw the ball a lot. And A.J. Brown, I think he's going to get a lot of receptions. But I don't think he's going to get a touchdown this week. Plus, I think he's a little bit banged up here, too, if I'm right. You might want to check into that. I got to, when it's this early in the morning, you don't get your injury reports. They usually don't come out, or, the rumors on the sites I go to, they usually don't come out for a little while. Later in the day and definitely tomorrow morning. So, that being said, Goddard, great tight end. He's been catching the ball a lot. He seems to be open a lot. A definite tight end right there to start this week. I really don't see anything that Philadelphia is going to be doing a lot of flashing this week. I think they're going to come in and play football and play their game and walk out of there with a win. Right now, they're just a team that seems to be gelling. I like the format of them passing the ball more and running the ball. They just got to, they're not clicking on completely all cylinders. It's like you got the front wheel drive going, not the back wheel drive or 4-wheel drive. Once you get in 4-wheel drive, it will definitely all come together here. But anyhow, I guess we're getting ready for a commercial break. I do not know why our music is not playing here, but stay tuned for the second half here. And, we'll get to you, caller, here in a minute. I see that there is a caller on the line. I will tune in here in a second right after this commercial break in a few minutes. I'm going to find out why I don't got music in my headsets and why my headsets are not working. So I'll check into that here in a second. So stay tuned for the second half. Get up, get a cup of coffee, some donuts, whatever you want to do. And I will be back.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of Fantasy Football Blitz here on WRMN 1410 AM downtown Elgin. If you guys want to call in, text in, or use YouTube chat, You can call in at 847-931-1410 or text us at 505-926-1410 or go on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. We do have a caller on, and I'm going to bring him in right now. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Oh, what now? Hello, caller. Are you there?
You're not bringing me in.
Yeah, I got you. I got you now. Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Hey, everybody. It's John Payne, my co-host. What are you up to, John?
Oh, after listening to the first half hour, I thought I'd call and bail you out.
Oh, hey, thanks, buddy. Yep. Uh-huh.
I don't think you. This is actually ESPN. We'd like to get you here on the radio. We're looking for a janitor here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So you in Rosemont right now?
You missed me. I'm actually by the Rosemont Convention Center. I took a wrong turn, so I got to do a U-E to get back to the Westin. Going to meet the cast of Cobra Kai, baby.
Yeah, there you go. Sound excited. Well, I got to get back to some games. You want to hang in here and we'll talk some football?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on your last game, A.J. Brown's out this week.
Oh, he is. Okay, yeah. What I read up last night was he was questionable, but I said to check into that, you know. So, but A.J. Brown out. Hey, Browns and Patriots. The next game I got up here, Gabriel, quarterbacking for the Browns. Patriots looking good. First place in their division. Defense is holding up there pretty good.
Drake May's looking real good.
Yeah, he's looking really good. I'll tell you what. The running back, Judkins.
Quinshon Judkins, yeah. He's performing. They're giving him the ball a lot, too. They got nothing else. They have to.
Yeah.
Harold Fannon's doing really well, too, that tight end that they've got.
Right.
Njoku should be back this week, too.
Yeah, he's definitely back this week. But, man, he ran the ball really good last week. I mean, he had a lot of bursts. I mean, he's going to be somebody to watch in the future. It's a definite here.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy is yeah.
Go ahead.
Jerry Jeudy is back, but not really back. He's still not that good, you know. But Harold Fannin as a junior, as a tight end, man, he's starting to come around pretty good.
Yeah, they just don't. I mean, they're missing Tillman still, and Harold Fannin and Njoku are going to get the touches, and Judkins, because like we've talked about before, Dylan Gabriel's a young quarterback, doesn't have a big arm, and their favorite weapons are. Or go-to guys are like, you can't be kidding me. I can't get in here. I'm trying to find a place to park. But their best friend is a tight end and a running back. Judkins, Fannin, and Njoku, those are probably your guys.
Drake May's definitely a start this week. He's Browns defense is tough, but not that tough last week. But Drake May's, he's right now he's playing good ball. So you got to start him every week. You know, if you got him on your team. And you got
especially this week. Yeah, Cleveland's got a tough D. Got a tough D, but May seems to be running the ball well, throwing the ball well. That Keyshawn Boutte looks really good this year.
Yeah,
along with a couple other guys. So, yeah, I like what I've seen. Man, this place is packed.
Stevenson and you got Henderson running backs. I don't think they're going to have that game because that front line for the Browns is pretty tough. So those would probably be, in my opinion, two guys to probably sit if you got another player to start on your team. Stephon Diggs is still questionable. No, I thought I read he is playing again. Okay. Like I said, Mario Douglas, I think, is going to get a lot more balls thrown to him. So he might be a good flex for you if you're, you need a flex. And Hunter Henry is just being like the touchdown guy over there.
Yeah, Trevion Henderson's just not getting the ball. I don't know if it's the blocking thing or the scheme that they're trying to run, but he just hasn't been getting the ball enough. I mean, he's a quick back. I don't understand that, but Stevenson's he's the banger, and he's been getting the ball more. So they're kind of riding him right now. Henderson's a kind of a lighter guy, so maybe that's the issue. I don't know, but obviously New England big this week. Cleveland's playing tough D, but New England's moving the ball. Yeah. Is that game at Cleveland or is that at New England?
That's actually at New England.
Yeah, then I'd obviously take New England in this game.
Yeah.
I don't think Cleveland's got enough offensively to challenge them.
I'll tell you what, the crowd's got something to root for now. You don't got Brady there anymore, and you're not used to being in first place for a couple of years, and now all of a sudden you're in first place. The crowd's going to be a little bit excited and crazy, so they'll have the home field advantage on that. Bucks versus the Saints, John. Wow. Looks good on paper.
I'm trying to figure out who's going to be touchdown dependent.
Word of the day last week, touchdown dependent.
You know, your word of the day was?
What?
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, Lordy. Yeah.
Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. I don't know what I'm doing here without my bro, John.
Yeah. Mayfield banged up. He's going to be playing. I mean, the Saints have all their guys. I mean, they look good, but not that good for the Bears. Mayfield, you have no Bucky Irving again this week, so Rashid White, who's been playing some good ball. And then you got Sean Tucker. I mean, they're going to be doing some two-headed monster there. So White's been doing pretty good right now, and I think he's a definite. I would definitely start him because the running, the defense for the Saints, they weren't that good. DeAndre Swift teed off on them last week. Plus, the Bears' offensive line were creating a lot of holes for him for once.
Tampa Bay doesn't have any Mike Evans this week. Godwin's still banged up. Abukwa came back last week, but
questionable.
He's kind of a non-factor. He's banged up too. Their whole receiving core is banged up right now, so they're really going to ride Rashad White quite a bit. Mayfield, this Tez Johnson is playing good ball for him. They're 5'10" rookie they've got. So
he's a guy with
got a few weapons, but they're just not. They're not the same team without their three-headed monster in Abukwa Evans. And Chris Godwin. But Rashad White, like you said, he's been running the ball well. They'll mix Tucker in, and Kate Oaten's been playing good ball. They're tight end.
Mm-hmm. And, well, I'll tell you what. Evans owners, get him back. Hey, he's back. He's healthy. Ooh, he got hurt again.
I think it's the shoulder this time, and I believe he's out for the season.
Yeah. That just sucks for the guy in the card shop down in South Elgin, doesn't it?
It just breaks my heart.
I know, it does. But Saints on the other side, Rattler threw what, 3 or 4 picks last week against the Bears.
He's been pretty efficient though most of the year. Olave was peppered with targets again, like we've talked about. Kamara,
quiet.
He's been quiet, but they really got to get him more involved.
They got Taysom Hill back. Olave looked really good. Brandon Cooks was quiet last week, and Shaheed. I mean, between Olave and Shaheed, they actually they got some yardage. They picked on the Bears' defense in the second half. I thought they did a pretty good job.
Rashid's kind of been even over last year too.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of an all or nothing kind of guy. I mean, he's going to hit the home run, down the field, or he just doesn't seem to be involved in the short to mid range passing game at all. He's a home run or nothing,
Yeah. Next game, Titans and Colts. Oh, I'll tell you what.
This is going to be ugly. That's going to be ugly for Tennessee.
Yeah,
I think it's at Indy too, isn't it?
It's actually, it is in Indy. The Cam Ward.
Yeah, it's going to.
You're really not having that rookie season right quite now. You got Pollard and Tajay Spears. I mean, Spears is, they're going to be a two-headed monster. That's going to be confusing. Might be a game you want to stay away from running backs, But they are getting, no Ridley this week. He's definitely out, okay?
They've got Ayamaner, the rookie, and they've got a kid on the other side. They're just not throwing the ball. He has no protection. He's running around for his life. He's like a deer in headlights. So it's going to take time for that whole offense to gel. They need better players, honestly, and they need some linemen.
Yeah, they also cut Tyler Lockett, so he's not on a team. He's gone. Ayamaner, God, it's hard to say his name. And
he's like Ayamaner.
Yeah, so he's he was quiet last week, and then you got Chime Dyke. Is that Chime? Who names their kid Chime? And they also get back. Oh Lord. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Oh Lord. Oh Lordy.
Oh Lord. No John here. Watch out. Daniel Jones is playing some great quarterbacking this year. He's winning games.
I'll say.
Yeah, he's winning games. He isn't running the ball in anymore. That kind of sucks for Sam, but he's throwing the ball. And Jonathan Taylor
last week.
Jonathan Taylor is just running the ball like a beast right now. It's like I think he's on pace for 3,000 yards. He keeps it up. I hate that guy. Anyhow, Tyler Warren, I think I love this tight end. I said this every week. I really do like this kid. I mean, he knows how to play football. He knows how to get open. They got Alex Pierce having a good week, and he's coming alive last week. And Michael Pittman is healthy, and Josh Downs comes back this week. So they're going to have he's going to have his full receiving core back. You know.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for Tennessee.
Yeah, it is.
It's already been a long year, and it's about to get longer.
Broncos and the Cowboys. Bo Nix. Wow, he just came out of the second half of that game and just tore it up, didn't he?
He did, but he got lucky on that one throw that was tipped where Troy Franklin dove and caught it, which kept him in the game at that point. But it was good for Bo Nix. It was good for Denver. And that was a great second half. I thought the Giants had that in the bag the first half. Honestly.
I did too.
I was kind of happy that Jim had Jackson Dart in his lineup and he pulled him. And after the first couple of touchdowns, going, in our league, I think they ended up with 46 and 44 points respectively. Yeah. I mean, it was just ridiculous. But it was a fun game to watch. There's no doubt about it.
DK Dobbins has been silent this year. I would stay away from him. I would sit him. I would sit him
100 yards every week, but he's scoring quite a bit, and he's getting 70, 80 yards. He's a good start.
The Cowboys D is starting to come a little bit gelling without Parsons there anymore, so I think they're good against the run, but the past Cowboys their secondary is just banged up, you know.
And I think Diggs is still hurt too.
Yeah, he is. Cortland Sutton is a start this week. Marvin Mims, I'm going to tell you this. I would start Marvin Mims this week. That would be my start if you're a fantasy owner. Troy Franklin, he's been just quiet, man. He had that one really good game, and then all of a sudden, right off the radar. And then,
Bo Nix hasn't been throwing the ball down the field until last game. I mean,
right.
Everything's been short, intermediate routes, and he's kind of the deep threat there. Cortland Sutton's another guy that's been kind of quiet this year. He's kind of hit or miss. I mean, there's no in between.
Yep, that's why I say Marvin Mims is the guy this week. And then you got Prescott, who's having a really good year throwing the ball. He's got a lot of yardage.
He's having a great year. Dak Prescott looks really good this year, and I've never been a Dak fan. And I've always said that he's been a good fantasy quarterback. It's just when he gets to the playoffs is when he's hurt Dallas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're not a playoff team. That much we do know. Prescott is. Well, he's got CeeDee Lamb, Ferguson, and Pickens all back in the lineup.
Yeah, he's got weapons.
He's got weapons again. But when Lamb's, am I wrong with this? Lamb came back last week, and Pickens went silent. I mean, it was like everything was going to Lamb as usual. Javonte Williams, Broncos front line is going to be tough, so I don't see Williams getting a lot of yards rushing this week.
Well, this is a revenge game for Javonte Williams. I mean, he's on Denver, so he's going to have that extra motivation to ram it down their throat.
This game I love coming up here, Packers and Steelers. Too bad it wasn't in Green Bay. That would be something right there. Love is coming back around. Josh Jacobs is questionable again. Last week was a illness. I don't know what the issue is this week. So you're probably going to see more of the Emmanuel Wilson and Josh Jacobs. Tucker Kraft, John, I mean, the guy is a beast of a tight end. He is a beast of a tight end. I will admit that. You didn't create him, but you have him on your team. So remember that.
No, I just created the cheese.
Yeah,
Kraft cheese. Come on, man.
I think in this particular game, Golden is going to have a good week. He's about ready to bust out. I mean, he's a hardworking wide receiver, knows how to get open. He knows how to run his routes. Dobbs seems to be their top guy right there.
Goal line guy.
Yeah, Watson is still out. So I think Wicks, you might have to check it out.
I think Watson is actually coming back this week. I believe he's going to get some snaps.
He's questionable, so I would definitely watch it.
I mean, that's not a guy that I would go out and start, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely you got to see what he does.
I'll kind of wait and see, but I believe he is back this week.
Rodgers, going up against his old team. You think that they're going to tee off on him in Pittsburgh? Because I have a feeling they are. But, this is the guy who really doesn't have the receiving core. The offensive line has been protecting him.
I tell you what, last week he threw 4 touchdowns to 3 different tight ends, and 2 I don't think had ever caught a pass in the NFL. I was so livid when I saw that because I had DK Metcalf going. Hopefully DK Metcalf scores this week and gets back in the game. But Rodgers Rodgers played Aaron Rodgers' ball.
Yeah.
He didn't isolate just on DK Metcalf. He spread the ball around.
Yes, he did.
And they looked good doing it.
And they got
maybe
Austin
that
back.
helps DK Metcalf in the long run, you know.
They got Austin back, and a guy I would watch this week, maybe as a guy's a flex, Scotty Miller. He's a hardworking blue-collar wide receiver who knows how to get open and been in the league for a long time. Before we get to our 2-minute drill here, John, Commanders and Chiefs, no Jaden Daniels.
No, it's going to be a rough game. Mariota's a decent backup, but
hey, if you need
going to Kansas City, that's going to be tough.
You need a quarterback.
Washington.
Mariota will be your pickup because he's got McLaren coming back this week. Okay.
Yep.
And so he's going to be in the lineup. So he's going to have Deebo Samuels, McCaffrey, McLaren, and Zach Ertz. Merritt is his running back. I wouldn't start Merritt this week because the Chiefs' defense just looked really good last week.
Especially at home.
Yeah. So like I said, Mariota is a good pickup if you need a quarterback on your team, guys. Mahomes, I'll tell you what. He's got all of his weapons back. Kareem Hunt is questionable.
He's playing good ball.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt is questionable, so watch out for that. You might want to look into it. Pacheco's he's been quiet. I mean, he's been really quiet this year. He's not, like that. But Mahomes got Worthy, Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, Thornton, Kelsey.
I traded for Worthy this week.
Yeah. So
a ton up.
I don't know. Do you got all your questions here?
I don't have any questions with me.
Oh.
My main question is, would you survive the show? And so far, you're doing it. So that would be number one.
Yep. Thanks, John. Thanks. Thank you.
No, I don't have my questions this week. I had to get out of the house quick, so we'll have to do that next week. And honestly, that's good news for you because you keep getting pounded in that by me.
Okay, well, let me tell you what I did here. Okay, since you're spoiling my whole entire time about this because this is a well thought out 2-minute warning, John.
I doubt that.
I did reverse psychology on you. Okay, because I've been sucking at this. I can't get anything right.
The reverse psychology.
I can't get anything right with this. So I had a question. Maybe you can answer these questions here. Will Mahomes throw for 2 touchdowns or more?
Yes.
I said yes, too. Maybe you'll catch on to this psychology. Will T. Higgins get 1 touchdown? I say yes. I say yes, too. Will Rico Dow?
Trying to copy me so you
will Rico Dow rush for over 100 yards and 1 touchdown?
Absolutely not.
I say yes.
They're not because they're splitting the ball with Chubba Hubbard right now. Since Chubba's back, it's going to be a 50-50 split. But yeah, go ahead.
Over and under on Dallas and Denver is at 48.5. Over or under? I say under.
Under.
Yeah. And will Aaron Rodgers be sacked 3 times? Total of 3 times.
I'm going to say
no.
No.
I'm going to say no on that too. But my reverse psychology on this was I say yes to Mahomes throwing for 2 or more touchdowns, and I'm always wrong. So that question would be wrong, and he wouldn't be throwing for 2 or more touchdowns. T. Higgins get 1 touchdown. I'm always wrong, so I put down yes. See, I wouldn't get that one right neither.
Well, just follow my lead. You'll be fine.
And a little reverse psychology. So, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about what you're doing?
By the way, Dave,
yeah,
I think Nightmare in Elgin was this show.
Wow, shots fired even on the phone at me today. Wow, people.
Yeah, I called in at like 9:08. And then I called in at 9:15. I called in at 9:20, and I'm on hold the entire time. I'm thinking, what is he doing, man?
Well, you know what you said to us to me during the week about the show, and going through a lot of stuff. You're looking at your notes. You're going through.
I know,
and I'm forgetting to do this. And you said you weren't going to call in. You were just going to leave me out there on the cliff all by myself. So I didn't know.
But you know what? I'm your bro, so I thought I'd take care of you. Yeah.
Thank you, John. You're so good. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about what you're
just like in trades? I'm a giver.
Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about what you are doing right now? I mean, why are you in Rosemont?
I am sitting at the Westin Hotel out in the parking lot waiting to go sign in. And the cast from Cobra Kai, the show is here, which I was a big fan of. And I really want to meet William Zabka, who plays Johnny Lawrence in the show. I mean, Ralph Macchio is going to be here. Most of the cast is going to be here, so I'm pretty excited about that. I don't understand what's going on. I have a photo op with him at like 10:30, and from what I'm reading, I picked the photo up at like noon. I got to wait till 5 to get the auto on it. So I hope that the scheduling is wrong and I don't have to wait around for 7 hours to get the auto after I get the photo. But I'll get to see everybody. They're doing dojo demonstrations. They're doing a question, a panel and stuff. So there'll be a lot going on here. But I'm pretty pumped up for it. And like I said, just sitting in the parking lot waiting to go in. Just trying to cover you a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean,
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, Lordy. So it's like Mr. Miyagi there. Is he ever come on to this TV series? I don't really watch it.
No, actually, Pat Morita died about 10 or 15 years ago. So if he does show up, that will be really cool.
Yeah, well, I did not know. See, I don't even pay attention to that neither. But hey, you never know.
It's Arnold from Happy Days.
It's Halloween week coming up here. He could actually come back in here,
that would be pretty cool. That would be newsworthy, that's for sure.
What about the kid that was the Karate Kid? Is he still alive? I better ask you that. Yeah.
Yeah, Ralph Macchio is going to be here. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he's actually going to be there too, huh?
They called him Daniel's son in the movie.
Yeah.
I was reading his bio, and he's actually got a kid named Daniel. I thought that was pretty cool.
I wonder where you got that name from. But
yeah, that's a cool kid name like mine. My son Justin Payne.
Yeah, Justin Payne.
And yours was it Tyler Nathaniel T? TNT?
Yeah, TNT. His initials. Yeah, he's Dynamite. But so back to this here thing. So do you get a picture? They hand you a black and white or a color picture, 8x10, and then he signs it.
You get a picture 8x10 with yourself and him in the picture. It's a photo op. And then, obviously you have to wait for the photo to be printed up, and then you're supposed to go back and have it signed by him. But
oh, really?
I'm like I said, I'm trying to figure out. That's what I did with Hulk Hogan and George St. Pierre when my son and I met him. So hopefully it's the same kind of format, but it doesn't look like it. So we'll see.
Well, this is kind of like the thing you like to do. John likes to go and meet celebrities, and then he stalks them, and kind of like me. So other than that, you met some really, really cool people. Pete Rose.
I've met a lot of people over the years, a lot.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you called me on the phone, and you were talking with Pete Rose, and then I got to say something to Pete Rose, which was kind of like really cool.
Yeah, I'm going to call Wheels today when I'm going out to meet Johnny Lawrence, because Wheels is a big Cobra Kai fan also.
Is he there?
Yeah. No, he can't make it. He just got out of Mayo Clinic, so he's still recovering from all that. But I'm going to try to FaceTime him when I'm going up to meet him, so he can get a cheap thrill.
Well, listen up, folks. Here we only got about 2 minutes left before this comes out here, John. Listen up, folks. Number one, listen to the Bears here on WRMN Radio, 1410 AM tomorrow. Come on down tonight. Nightmare on Chicago Street.
Dave.
Yeah, see you later, John. Thanks. Come on down to Nightmare on Chicago Street down here. What an event. 6 o'clock gates open. Go on www.elgin.org. Special events. Get your tickets. Pay in advance so you don't wait in this long line. And come on in and join the biggest party in Elgin. I love it. I will be here. The studios will be open. We'll be on the air. Come on in. Talk to us. Wear the costumes. Feel free. The doors will be open. And everybody's going to have a really good time tonight. Let's all be safe, because this is a great event. I'm not joking. Come on. This is great. So come on down to Studio 14 tonight, right on Douglas Avenue. Look us up. Knock on our door. Well, the doors will be open. We got some candy for the kids. And let's have some really good, fun pre-Halloween festival. They're decorating the streets, closed down. How else can you go to the greatest party in the world?
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free, for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. As the federal government shutdown drags into a fourth week, millions of Americans still facing higher premiums on health care, as well as having their federal food stamps cut off. On the Salem News program this week on Capitol Hill with Tony Perkins, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana said that Democrats in Congress don't seem to care about all the pain the shutdown's causing.
It gives them leverage, Tony. They've used that word multiple times. The House Minority Whip, Bernie Sanders, other Democrats are bragging that they have leverage now for whatever, to just appease their radical left-wing nutty base to that they're fighting Donald Trump. That's all this is about, and they don't mind causing suffering to American people, but it's real pain that they're causing.
Steve Scalise's complete This Week on Capitol Hill interview being broadcast today on many Salem News Channel stations. Senator Tom Cotton says the Democrats' proposal to open the government is unreasonable.
It would result in more than $1 trillion of new spending. It would cut more than $50 billion from a support fund for rural hospitals who've been struggling for years. And it would extend the fraudulent, riddled Obamacare, Biden COVID bonuses. That's simply not something that the American people want, and that's not something the Republican Congress will support.
Japan's new leader facing a series of back-to-back foreign policy tests, including a meeting with President Donald Trump.
Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, with limited experience in international affairs, will have to manage President Donald Trump's demands and China's wariness of her strong support for a military buildup and her right-wing views on Japan's invasion of China before and during World War II. She arrives in Malaysia on Saturday for meetings with Southeast Asian leaders, then returns to Japan to meet with President Trump before heading to South Korea for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit at the end of the week. Bernie Bennett reporting.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Labor Department reported this week consumer prices increased just 3% in September compared to a year ago. That was a smaller increase than many economists had been forecasting and is taken as a sign that the Fed may lower interest rates once again. Baseball's biggest star is being asked to return some recruiting gifts he made off with when he visited Toronto a few years ago, all ahead of the World Series. Here's correspondent Gethin Coolbaum.
John Schneider is waiting for Shohei Ohtani to return some items to the Toronto Blue Jays.
It's like, give us our stuff back already.
Before signing a $700 million contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers, Ohtani met with Blue Jays officials in December 2023. Jays manager Schneider joked about Ohtani returning a Blue Jays hat and jacket taken during their meeting, including a jacket for his dog.
I hope he brought it back finally, but and the jacket for Decoy.
I'm Gethin Coolbaum.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Is this seat taken? You better believe it is, and a lot more to go along with it, as Keith Peters reports.
Spanish police have arrested 7 people suspected of stealing over 1,100 chairs from outdoor seating areas at restaurants and bars. The thefts occurred in Madrid and a nearby municipality over 2 months. The group, consisting of 6 men and a woman, targeted 18 establishments in August and September. Police estimate the stolen property's worth about $69,000.
That's Keith Peters reporting. Trick-or-treaters may find more fruity candy than chocolate among their treats this year. Younger consumers have been gravitating toward non-chocolate candies like gummies, drawn by their bright colors and innovative flavors. But global cocoa prices more than quadrupled between January of 2023 and January of this year due to poor harvests in West Africa. That's where about 70% of the world's cocoa is produced. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Welcome into AM 1410 WRMN. I'm your host, Mike Napolitano, alongside my other host, Dalton Cooper, joining us on the Rise here at the 10 o'clock hour as a part of our River Media Network Sports. Dalton!
It's a beautiful morning.
It is a beautiful morning. They're setting up the streets here in Elgin for Nightmare on Chicago Street. You know me, I'm a haunt guy, so I got to make mention of it. First, we've got quite the show already going on this morning. Yeah. I'm not even sure what this.
A lot of coordination going on out here. A lot of management happening.
We were out here last year as a part of WRMN, and it was quite the party. The first time I had ever been to Nightmare on Chicago Street was 2 years ago, just as a spectator and as a fan. I actually played hooky from my own haunt for the first hour and a half or so, because we were open during the same night. And I said to my group, I said, we're going to have an A group and a B group. The A group, if you'd like to buy tickets to Nightmare on Chicago Street, you can go with me during the first couple hours, because it was 6 to 10 and our haunt is 7 to 11. So you could go for like 6 to 8, and then the B group can be like 8 to 10 or something like that. And there weren't any takers on the B group. They just love our haunt Voodoo on Vassar way too much. But I do recommend you get out here to Nightmare on Chicago Street. Last year we had taken the year off, so it wasn't me playing hooky. It was just us over here at WRMN enjoying the festivities. And unfortunately, we are not going to be able to be here tonight. I might hit some of the after parties. I don't know about you, but okay. Once again, we have our home haunt running, so I'm going to have to be there. I can't play hooky this time, so... yeah, it should be fun. Are you living it up in the Halloween spirit in these last couple weeks of October?
Spooky time, catching a couple movies.
Spooky time?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's football season. So
it is.
It is like beautiful weather. You know, this is the perfect hoodie season, which I'm a big fan of.
We were talking about that with Dana Gray 2 weeks ago. It's like, this is the perfect weather to have, and honestly, he's not wrong. But typically, Chicagoans are scared around this time because it usually looks like doom and gloom for the Chicago Bears, and it has turned around.
What a transition.
Not only has it looked like doom and gloom for the Chicago Bears in previous years, it has looked like doom and gloom for the start of the Bulls season in previous years, and for the last couple of years, the Blackhawks during this rebuild. But that all changes here, folks. All three teams in Chicago have winning records right now. That is crazy to me, and we got to start off with the team that has worked at it, I think, the most, just because their season started earlier than the other two teams. How about the Chicago Bears? A 26-14 win over the Saints. I think, I don't want to say it was a given, because nothing is a given to this Bears team, but I think after what fans had seen from this team throughout those first 4 games, even going into the bye week, and then in that game 5, I think everybody was pretty comfortable knowing the Bears were going to come out on top on this one, and they did. The defense looked phenomenal in this game, and the Bears took home a 26-14 win over a team that was 1-6 for the Bears to improve to 4-2.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time, it feels like they delivered with expectation on the line. You know, it wasn't like, you know what I mean? Like you expected this team to go in and play a good game, and they finally did. So that's what feels good. There's still improvement to be made. They're the best team in the league. First bout Hall of Famers, if causing turnovers and getting field goals out of them was a stat.
Huge amount of turnovers.
They're amazing at that. Yeah, they lead the league in turnovers and converting into field goals. But also, to double back on your stat there, it's the first time since 2010 that the Bears, Blackhawks, and Bulls all have a winning record at the same time.
I thought it was 2009, but yeah, you might be right too. 2010 that was off the stat right there.
According to BetMGM.
Okay, yeah. Well, we like BetMGM. That's our buddy Brandon Combs over there, and also our correspondent Grant Leader. So yeah, that has been an incredible stat to see for this Chicago sports fandom as a whole. But it gets even better because eventually, and I'm kind of giving you some spoilers here, we're going to be talking about Chicago Fire playoffs as well. And
that happened already.
Getting their first playoff victory since 2000. That might have been since 2009. Bear with me today. I do not have a working laptop right now. I turned it on. Everything is shifted. So you would think I could just shift to unshift things, but when I go to, there's no number pad. When I go to hit the numbers, like if I want to type number 3, it's just the pound symbol, the hashtag symbol. Nice. For you youngins, the hashtag symbol. But caps lock, no caps lock, doesn't matter. So I look like I'm rude and I'm off my phone today, but that's where I'm getting my notes and information rather than a full-on laptop. So I'm working with a skeleton crew. But we got Dalton here. Dalton's got his stats. But yeah, I mean, the Fire, we're going to get into that. We'll stay on the Bears. I know we're kind of all over the place today because it's just an exciting time here in Chicago. Yeah. When was the last time we got to say, I know it hasn't really been in the 2020s.
The Chicago Fire were the 2009 stat that you were alluding to.
Okay, yeah.
So
since 2009, they hadn't won a playoff game in the MLS. Now that has changed, and they're moving on. But also, on top of things, there hasn't been playoffs really for any Chicago team other than the Sky post 2020. Yes, there was the bubble for the Blackhawks in 2020. There's some leeway, you can count that. But we finally have a playoff baseball team in the Cubs. Unfortunately, they didn't make it as far as they would have liked.
I can't believe we started at the Bears and you're already throwing strays at the Cubs.
I know. I'm all over the place today. Well, look at what happens when I don't have a laptop. But do we smell playoffs for the Bears? Is where I wanted to transition that to.
I mean, if they can continue to run the football the way they have, that is going to work wonders. I mean, they've been running the ball so well, especially last 2 weeks, ever since the bye week. I mean, DeAndre Swift had 124 yards last week, and Monangai is coming along. He looks promising, like a little bit of a... People are saying he looks like a young David Montgomery, if you can believe that. That's just what the streets are telling me. That's what sources are saying. But... yeah, I mean, Caleb wasn't even great in the last game, and they still won by 12 points. So, I mean, that's what playoff teams do, right? They win the games they're supposed to. They sometimes aren't always the prettiest wins, right? You got to win. You got to win a couple different ways in this league to be successful. I think they're building that way. I think when push comes to shove, I think Caleb can throw the ball with the best of the quarterbacks in this league. It's just having that balance and winning different ways. And yeah, I mean, I could see playoffs for this team. The next 4 games are going to be very telling for the Bears. That's what I'll say. Like, you have the Ravens this weekend. After that, with Lamar coming back, Izzy coming back.
Right. That's still
that kind of stuff.
I believe, as last time I checked. So
I'll have a better answer for you in 4 weeks. I could even have a better answer for you in 3 weeks if you'd like.
In 3 weeks.
Yeah. But right now, I would say yes. I'm like a 50% yes on that.
It'll be interesting to see because the NFC North is so tough that. You want to sit here and go, wow, this Bears team looks like it's the best it's been in a long time, which is frankly the truth. And they've been winning, like you said, the games they need to win in order to probably have a winning record by the end of the season. Maybe they've gotten some breaks along the way with some injuries of some quarterbacks. Maybe that'll happen this week with Lamar Jackson maybe still being out. But hey, you play with the hand you're dealt, right? And if the Bears are going to get a little bit easier of a hand because of injuries based on other teams and such, then okay, that's what you've got. Now, the real test is playoff time.
I think just getting to the playoffs would be great. I don't know about
getting to the playoffs is great. I think that is a huge achievement. But
would you be mad if they even had just a winning record? Like, what if they go 9-8 and they miss the playoffs? Is it a failure to you?
No.
Okay.
Because I had predicted that they would go 9-8 to start the season, and I don't just want to say that because of my prediction.
You're backdooring your way into being right either way. I like this.
No. Hey. My prediction at the start of the season was that it was going to be a 9-8 season.
Okay.
But where my prediction would be wrong in that scenario is I predicted that wasn't going to be enough to get them into the playoffs. I said maybe it'll get them a wild card. But
I don't think 9-8 gets you in right now.
Yeah, but this NFC North is so tough that I don't think that will do it, right? So 9-8, a winning season is fine by me, and playoffs would be the cherry on top. But I fully expect this Bears team, if they made playoffs, to not go very far just based on inexperience. They haven't been to the playoffs since 2017, and that was a completely different team. So
I would agree that it's a good thing it's a completely different team, right? Because that means they could go far because the older teams, they're different. And I think, oh man, I don't know, Michael. I think that if they sneak in, I feel like the world is their oyster at that point.
Listen, I think in any league,
I think it'd be a good thing for them to sneak in.
You and I know it's more so in hockey because of puck luck, because of series rather than individual games, that anytime you make it to the dance, you have a chance, no matter what seeding you're in. I mean, we saw an LA Kings 8 seed back in 2012 go all the way and win the Stanley Cup, right? But I think in football, it's a little different. I think there's teams that have been there and understand playoff football a little bit better. It would just come down to who the Bears are playing in that first week of playoffs. And listen to us. I mean, we are jumping way far ahead and counting a lot of chickens. But I'm saying if this were to be the case, you're right. A brand new team, a completely different look from 2017, 2018 would be great. However, I still think that there's a lot of youth and inexperience on this team, despite there might be a great talent pool there, and there might be a lot of great talent already there. I think there's just too much inexperience to really get a job done during crunch time if they were to make it. I mean, the biggest talk about the Bears right now is still, I think, this tight end combination. And what is Ben Johnson doing? And it comes down to Ben Johnson, right? And I don't question his methods. They're getting wins. Hey, I'm going to be hands off, let it happen. But with Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet on this team, I mean, look at last week. You have Colston Loveland who gets 3 receptions on 4 targets and 24 yards. That's great. That's consistent. You've utilized your tight end, I think, as much as you would in a game. Cole Kmet, 1 target, 1 reception, 16 yards. So underutilized, but when you did utilize him, he got you 16 yards. I mean, you can't expect that production every single time, but when he is getting the ball, it's working. So this dual tight end system that everybody predicted hasn't really been what we've seen Ben Johnson do in Detroit, but I think it's enough to see it start to really churn here in the next couple of weeks, maybe.
I don't know. They're still throwing the ball to the wide receiver at like 65% of or 70% of their throws, something around that area. So
I'm just happy to see less of the screen passes.
Yeah, I think the 2 tight end set is to more help the run game, honestly. Because I think if they wanted to have more 2 tight end sets to throw the ball to, they should have gone with Tyler Warren. That's very obvious at this point. And we're only 7 games into the season. It's like, if that was their plan, they picked the wrong tight end. So
yeah,
that is interesting in my perspective. Just another Ryan Poles miss, maybe. We'll see. I'm not calling it a miss yet because how he's used.
It is early for Colston Loveland, but it's early for who did you just mention? Tyler Warren as well. So I mean, it also has to do with systems in football. So maybe take that into consideration. But what did I just talk about? We're talking about a system that was going to be reliant on 2 tight ends or like you said, if this was the plan, then yeah, Tyler Warren may have been your guy. It's really hard to tell. And we're 6 games into the season, maybe for Tyler Warren 7.
Yeah. But I think
there's a long career ahead for both.
I mean, like I said, what he's employing though, if he's doing 2 tight ends to be able to run the ball more successful, which I believe he is. just because it makes the defense present a different personnel or present a certain personnel,
right?
And which may be more favorable in their run schemes. So, and yet it's kind of improving. They had 222 rushing yards as a team last game. It's hard to lose games when you run for 222. And even against the Commanders, they ran for 145, like not in great conditions, obviously not ideal. The ball's wet. It was raining basically the whole game.
Yeah.
It's kind of had a playoff set to it and feel to it. So they went into the bye. I was talking about it for the first 4 weeks of the season. Like you have to run the football to be successful because you can't be so predictable. You don't see any quarterback or any team in this league throwing the ball like 45 times a game or 50 times a game. Like, you saw Baker Mayfield on Monday night. He threw for like 50 times and he only threw for like 220 something yards. So yeah, and there's definitely something, the balance, the idea, I think the ideology that's changing and that's brought to this team by Ben Johnson is finally starting to reap some of those benefits. And I think this week will be a good kind of measuring stick again. Because again, if you're getting a healthy Lamar, you're getting a healthy Roquan Smith, you're getting a healthy Kyle Hamilton. Like it's just going to be interesting to see what the Bears actually do.
Roquan Smith sounds like a guy that maybe the Bears should look to pick up. I don't know. Maybe. No, I'm kidding.
It was a culture shift.
Yeah,
they finally paid somebody that wasn't a linebacker.
Yeah, I know. I do miss seeing him out there for the Bears though. But one thing you said right there, Bears versus Commanders 2 weeks ago with that rainy setting that could have been a playoff setting. The final score 25-24 in favor of the Bears. And we didn't get to talk about it because we weren't on last week's show. It was Nick Johnston, but I'm sure they dove into it. How would you like to see Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams in the playoffs? I mean, we talked about if the Bears just sneak in there. I think two young quarterbacks. I think that would be the script writers would be going crazy. That'd be what you kind of want to see, right? No, I mean, especially knowing that last year there was that Hail Mary. This year the Bears get the revenge game, have it settled in the playoffs after these two teams see each other during the regular season as well.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're going with here, but that is very highly unlikely right now, the way that Washington's dealing with injuries.
Right. But, I mean,
they're going to start Marcus Mariota against Patrick Mahomes this week in Kansas City.
Wow,
so
yikes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, but, I mean,
it's not going well.
If all things were going right, and maybe in the future seasons later on in this year, if Jaden Daniels gets healthy and gets right, then the Commanders, go back to where they were last year and they go to the playoffs. Last year, look at a first-year team or a first-year quarterback, fresh out of a rebuild, is going up against the Eagles and Jalen Hurts in, what was that, the second round of the playoffs?
What, last year?
Yeah.
No, that was the NFC Championship game.
NFC,
They
NFC,
beat the Lions. Yeah, they beat the Lions and then.
Wow. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, hey, this might be a little bit of a fall for grace for the Commanders, but we're talking about, they have the tools to do that. Maybe they get back there, and maybe by that time the Bears are there as well. Of course, I've gone through so many hypotheticals at this point. I'm salivating at the thought of all this, but we should be salivating at the fact that the Bears are getting an opportunity to play a 1-5 Ravens team tomorrow. That is a noon game on CBS between the Bears and the Ravens, and you might be going, the Ravens are 1-5. Aren't they supposed to be a Super Bowl contender?
You can hear that live here, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Right here on AM 1410 WRMN, you can hear the Bears broadcast. But that's because Lamar Jackson, he's questionable still for tomorrow. The Ravens have been without their star quarterback for the majority of this season, and it has showed how much that they need him. 1-5 on this season. I don't think Baltimore fans or the Ravens themselves expected to be in this spot.
Do you know how many points per game they're averaging without Lamar Jackson?
Oh, gosh.
Because they're averaging 33 with him. Do you know how many points they're averaging when he doesn't play quarterback?
I mean, oh my gosh. I'm looking at the score lines here. I can't do math that quickly in my head, but wow. Yeah,
6 points.
last Sunday the 12th. 17-3 they lost against the Rams, only a field goal. The week before that, a 44-10 loss to the Texans, and they had to play a tough Chiefs team. They did put up 20 points against them, but it wasn't enough to win that one either.
Well, he started that game. Lamar did.
Yeah,
that was the game he got hurt in.
He got hurt that game. But, I mean, the only game that the Ravens have won was against the Browns, and that was in week 2. They had a dogfight of a game week 1 that was on
blew it.
Thursday Night Football.
Sunday night.
Was that Sunday Night Football? I thought it started on that Thursday, but it was that.
No,
it was that Sunday night game.
They had the Chiefs on Thursday night.
Right.
Yeah.
It was Bills versus Ravens in that first game, if you remember back to the start of the season, and it was, of course, Josh Allen, the miraculous comeback.
Miracle,
in Buffalo. Everybody in Buffalo was leaving the stands.
Yeah, it was the Miami Heat situation.
Yeah,
it was Ray Allen. They got Ray Allen. Yeah,
they got they missed out on probably one of the greatest comebacks in football history. But yeah, this Ravens team has taken a hit without Lamar Jackson, and like we said, it's really only been the last 3 weeks, and he did start that game against the Chiefs.
Well, even when Lamar Jackson was playing, Michael, the problem that you're forgetting is their defense has been awful.
That's true,
Their
too.
defense has been, it's been
atrocious.
It's been the worst defense arguably in the league. Now, the last game they played before the bye week with LA, they looked a lot better, looked very promising. But, total yardage, the first week they gave up 497, they gave up 322, 426, 382, 417, and then finally 241. That was that Rams game I mentioned. But
did you say some 400s?
Oh, yeah. Wow. They're giving up they gave up 224 yards of rushing to the Lions on that was a Monday night game, if you remember correctly.
Yes, and that was the game I was going to bring up because, like you said, Lamar was still in for that game. But if we want to talk about the defense, if you put up 30 points against the Lions, I understand that the Lions also a playoff team, but if you want to be competitive and a playoff team yourself, you cannot give the Lions that kind of yardage. And if you put up 30 points offensively against the Lions, you should expect to win that game. We could go back to that Bills game that I was talking about where the Bills put up 41 to the Ravens 40. You just lost that one, a miraculous comeback, like we said, but you're giving up a lot defensively if you're the Ravens. 17 to the Browns isn't horrible, but then 37 to the Chiefs, 44 to the Texans, and then 17 to the Rams, and you only put up 3, like we were saying. So not only are they feeling that quarterback a hole, but they're also feeling a defensive hole on this team, and that's not what Baltimore wants. Do you think that if they don't get the job done this year, does their window start to close quicker than they think?
No, it could just be a year from. It's an outlier year, if anything. You just kind of chalk it up. But this is the week for them. That's why I think it's such a good game for the Bears to see what because this is going to have urgency to it. This is going to have playoff urgency because the Ravens have to win this game if they want to continue. If they want a shot, even though the AFC is obviously much weaker from I guess from the middle down than what the NFC is. It's just. The Ravens have to win. They're 1-5. They can't go 1-6 and think that they're going to make the playoffs and win 9 in a row.
I agree to an extent, but then again, the Ravens have the Dolphins the next week.
Well, that's why this week is so big. I think
1-6. Well,
you get to 3-6, then now we're cooking. Now we're talking.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I could see that.
You bought yourself a game at that point.
Yeah. I guess if I look at this narrow-mindedly, and the Ravens. It's
the gateway game.
They can either be
this is the Ravens gateway game.
They can either be 2-5 after this week or 1-6, and that doesn't sound like a huge difference on paper. It sounds like the Ravens are missing the playoffs either way there. But yeah, I see what your point is. Coupling it in the fact that if they win this week and win next week, then they're 3-6, like you said, and then they go into a matchup against the Vikings, who are a little bit of a wild card this year, no pun intended, because of J.J. McCarthy. Of course, they're sitting at the very bottom of the NFC North, so they're even below the Bears with a 3-4 record. But then you go up against the Browns, who you've already beat this year. Yes, you had Lamar. You should have Lamar back by then. And then the Jets. You're going to have the Bengals without Joe Burrow, then the Steelers, who always give the Ravens a run for their money, but then the Bengals again. So honestly, I'm going to say strength of schedule-wise, though, the Ravens have a very easy schedule down the stretch.
Manageable. Yeah, it's manageable.
But it's going to come down to, does Lamar get healthy, and does that defense really boost things up for them? And like you said, this I guess, would be the gateway game for them. Although, don't underestimate the Bears being 4-2. I would say if you're the Ravens, be ready for, like you said, a dogfight.
I think this game, if the Bears are going to be successful, we're going to have to take. I doubt we get as many turnovers as they've been getting because I think they have 19, which I think leads the league. It's in high teens, I believe.
Okay.
I know it's league leading, but if they convert those turnovers into field goals, I think I don't think it's going to be enough to beat the Ravens. If you want to beat the Ravens, you have to take those turnovers and convert them into touchdowns. That will be the story of the game.
I think Caleb Williams got to find a little bit more, take a little less time in the pocket, figure things out a little bit quicker too, because I know we kind of briefly touched.
I don't know, man. If they keep running the ball this well, I mean,
run game's all right. That's fine. But when he goes to throw, I think those decisions got to come a little bit quicker.
Just always throw to Rome. Rome's always open. I don't know if you've learned that or not.
Pretty much. Rome wasn't built in a day, but the Bears weren't built in a day either. But you can catch them tomorrow right here on AM 1410 WRMN. It is a noon kickoff. Also on CBS, if you're watching the game, Bears 4-2 versus the 1-5 Ravens. We'll be right back here with some MLB news. We're going to go national before we talk about our winning Chicago teams right here on the Rise. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN, myself and Dalton Cooper.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Before the weather gets too cold, it's time to finish up those outdoor jobs. That's why ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and to the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
Welcome back to On the Rise right here on AM 1410 WRMN. Myself, Mike Napolitano, and Dalton Cooper. Sports! As a part of our River Media Network Sports segments here on Saturday. We are going to get into some baseball because, boy, oh boy, have the MLB playoffs
a surprise.
Been exciting. But we have a surprise to get to first. If you wanna show them on the camera a little bit, we're also on live. How's it going, everybody? We're also on live here on my Instagram. If you're on my Instagram, head on over to the YouTube side for WRMN, and you can check out our whole show because I'm not going to be on Instagram live for this whole thing, just for the unboxing. We have some cool merch from the Savannah Bananas right here. I don't know what it is. We're gonna live react.
Let's learn together.
So let me open this bad boy up. Let's see what we got.
Shout out to Sam.
Yeah, I'm guessing
Sam had something to do with this.
I'm guessing this came from our buddy Sam Bauman from the Savannah Bananas. So Sam, thank you so much.
Does it have who it just says where it came from?
Ooh, I mean, it says bananas all over the box.
I see that. I just didn't know if it had a name on the. So we know who to thank.
We got a thank you card. We'll read the card first. AM 1410 WRMN, thank you so much for your coverage on the greatest show in sports, Banana Ball Media Relations. So, yeah, that's got to be Sam. Thanks a bunch from your Savannah Bananas family. Aw.
Nice.
Savannah Bananas family. I'm so honored. I really am. Oh, baby. Oh.
What do we got, Mike?
Whoa, dude. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so we've got... I'm gonna start out small.
Yeah.
We've got some baseball cards.
Nice.
And we're gonna take a little bit more time. I'm gonna do a card pack. I'm gonna pack open right now.
Nice. You're bringing work home with you. Look at you.
I'm bringing work home with me. There we go. Look at this. Okay, so I don't think this is the whole team because I'm only feeling a couple cards in here. But let's see who we got. Okay, first and foremost, we've got my buddy Coach Rack.
Nice.
Robert Anthony Cruz. Very nice. I like that, how it's the picture of him doing a behind the back catch right there. Ooh, okay. We've got some
a party animal.
We have a party animal in here.
Nice.
This is Mike Vivassus. They just won the Banana Ball World Championship. So
World Championship. Do they call it a World Championship?
BBWC, yeah.
Okay.
So World Championship. Yes.
Nice.
And then the dancing first base coach, Maceo. So we saw him in action too, so that's pretty cool. All right, so three cards. Nice. That's pretty cool. Love to see that. One of these is going your way, Dalton. I know you're going to need this. How about some koozies?
Nice.
Ooh, go Bananas.
Heck yeah.
We'll pass that one over to you.
Sitting by the pool this summer.
Yeah.
We're going because we're going into pool season.
We're using these for Voodoo on Vassar right now. So
nice.
I'm gonna be using this baby tonight. Thank you, Savannah Bananas. How about? I don't think you got one. I bought one. I bought a hat. Did you get a hat? I don't think you got any merch.
I did get some merch. I got a shirt.
Did you get a hat?
I can't remember if I got a hat or not.
All right, well, then this might be going your way,
man.
Sir,
are you a hat guy?
I am a hat guy, but I got a hat.
I mean, you should.
So you take it.
Okay.
That's all right. Go for it.
Yeah.
We also have a decal.
Nice. That'll go on your broken laptop. Oh, what? Sorry.
Ouch. A decal.
Oh man,
that one. You have that one if you want. I'm gonna call dibs on.
Could maybe do a little bit of giveaway too. Maybe save it for when next summer when it starts coming around.
Maybe we
have a caller situation.
I'm gonna call dibs on this one.
Because what do we got?
Dean told me that there was a box here from the Savannah Bananas, I kind of figured what they were sending me.
Oh yeah.
He was like, "It's got your name on it."
The Napolitano jersey.
I don't know if.
Could you imagine?
Well, okay. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Could you imagine?
Here we go.
Oh, it is a shirt.
We got a jersey. Now, it's an extra large, so I'm going to be swimming in this thing.
That'd be so funny. Is it a WRMN jersey? That's a nice. That's all right. That's a nice shirt.
It is one of the fan jerseys because it's got the number 1 on the back.
Okay.
Baby. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah. Savannah Bananas. Thank you, guys.
Nice.
Oh.
Might have to get it signed when we go next summer, and then maybe put it in a case so we can hang it up somewhere.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
thanks,
like you
Savannah
said,
Bananas.
when
Thank you.
we go next summer, but also, how about the fact that I might be applying to see if they need any media help.
Nice.
I'm not leaving WRMN if I don't have to.
Nice.
But I mean, there would be some travel involved with that, of course, with the Bananas. So. Hey, they're adding 2 new teams. We talked about the Indianapolis Clowns, which was a former Negro League team. And then, of course, they're adding the Loco Beach Coconuts, which I did some research on that one because there was research already for the Indianapolis Clowns. I was like, okay, that one makes sense. What is this coconut team? They're all crazy, right? Well, Loco Beach is not an actual location. It sounds like they're just going to be like another traveling team, kind of like the Harlem Globetrotters kind of a thing, and how the Savannah Bananas kind of were. But there is a Savannah, So this time it'll be an actual full-on traveling team. That is awesome. That is so cool. I'm going to throw this on, but let's get into some baseball talk. If you are joined on the what am I calling it? The Instagram Live, head on over to the YouTube side of things so you can catch the whole rest of this show. But thank you for the unboxing. Nick Johnston says he didn't get a hat. So
nice.
I don't know. Maybe
put that up. Yeah, put that on Nick's name then.
Okay, Nick, we're saving you the hat, my man.
Yeah, Nick will get the hat.
I gotta spread the love for some of the guys that were with us there as well. But thank you guys for tuning into the unboxing. Head on over to the YouTube. Like we said, we're going to talk about the World Series, and boy, oh boy, did that game get turned on its head yesterday. More right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
Yeah, 9 runs in an inning in the World Series does not happen very frequently, Michael. I don't know if you were aware. I was trying to look up some stats. I couldn't find it the last time there was 9 runs scored in a World Series inning.
Yeah, I
didn't
don't
look
think it
necessarily
had been
the
done.
hardest. I had it not. I thought it had been done before. They were chatting about it on the broadcast, but I never caught if they actually said there was a team that had done it. But the Blue Jays did it last night, and it was, man, they proved why they could be scary. I mean, people were talking about how the Blue Jays, could give the Dodgers more fits, and I don't know, the starting pitching looked really good, but they got to Blake Snell. I think they had over 30 foul balls last night which is crazy. I mean, just the team mentality that takes. I don't know. I was in the crowd where like the Dodgers are going to run away with this, but I may have gotten ahead of myself. Hand up. I may have maybe it's because Vlad Jr. wore Austin Matthews jersey to Game 7, and I thought that was like, oh man, what is like?
That was a curse.
But he's got so much swag that he could break the curse, maybe.
Speaking of swag,
so I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, the way the offense has been chucking, I think they outmanaged the Dodgers last night. I think that
they did.
Yeah, like 100%. Like they won the game within the game last night. They got all of their matchups they wanted. They got all the leverage situations how they wanted. And yeah, I mean, obviously being down 2-0 is never ideal, but then from that point forward, they got every situation they did better than the Dodgers. And I think they dictated what was going to happen.
Yeah, I was actually sitting with our fellow coworker here at WRMN, Josiah, who knows ball. I will say that, and I want to go on record saying I'm calling myself out here. I don't know if I said it live on air, but I definitely had some conversations with some people where I saw the Blue Jays record. I said they're the best in the AL, right? I just don't see them doing it in the playoffs. And boy, was I wrong. I still know ball, I promise, but I guess I didn't know ball in that instance. And man, oh man, are they proving people wrong. Now, it's just one game in the World Series, right? So they've got to win 3 more. But last night, Josiah's biggest takeaway was the lack of pitch control for Blake Snell. And I don't know if it was so much of
it hadn't been like that either,
throwing him into the wrong situation. I don't know if I could chalk it up to that, but yeah, that was out of nowhere that he wasn't able to do that. So yeah, you talk about the Dodgers having a 2-0 lead and that getting completely erased. For the longest time, it was 2-2 until you said they blew it open in that sixth inning.
Yep.
And we got the first ever pinch hit grand slam in World Series history.
Yes, that's right.
That's incredible. Now, little anecdote while we look up those stats, because I don't have my laptop in front of me, but I worked for a gentleman by the name of Rich Asijan. Shout out, Rich, a great guy. He used to work for the Schaumburg Boomers, who we cover, of course, right here on AM 1410 WRMN, so it's full circle right here. When I worked in the concession stands in high school, Rich Asijan, he hired me on. His brother, I don't remember his brother's first name, but his brother Asijan, you know what he holds the record for?
No.
The first and at the time only ever pinch hit home run in a World Series game.
Oh, wow.
It was in 1959. He played for the Dodgers against the White Sox. So he got a ring that year. The White Sox didn't, and he stepped in and hit a pinch hit home run. So, I mean, crazy that that happens.
So it was the third most amount of runs scored in an inning. 1968, the Tigers scored 10. 1929, the Philadelphia Athletics scored 10. And then obviously the Toronto Blue Jays scored 9. So it is the third highest. And technically second if you want to call the first one a tie. But yeah, pretty impressive stuff. I mean, can they continue? I mean, there's a lot of juice in Toronto right now. I don't know if like maybe Team of Destiny vibes. Like that kind of feels that way, Mike. I don't know how you feel about that, but it feels like everything is like going Toronto's way. Because like, I mean, it is game 1. Don't get me wrong, but game 1 I think was very important for Toronto. I think they needed to show right away that they were not going to get pushed around or like they were not going to shy away from the moment, and they shined through, man. I mean, they fought through adversity too. They were down 2-0. I mean, through the first 3 innings, it did not look good for the Blue Jays.
I got that stat wrong too. So Yogi Berra has also hit a pinch hit home run in the World Series. So that would have been 1947.
But was it a grand slam?
But no, none of these were grand slams. So this was the first ever a grand slam. The stat from Chuck Esigian.
Okay.
In 1959, we found his first name. He's the first player to hit 2 pinch hit home runs in a single World Series.
Nice.
He hit one in Game 2 for the Los Angeles Dodgers to tie the game, and another in the deciding Game 6 to help the Dodgers win their first championship as a Los Angeles team.
Wow.
Of course, it had to be against my White Sox in 1959. But yeah, a huge grand slam for the Blue Jays last night that really just kind of took all the wind out of the sails of the what should we call it? The
Dodgers.
The Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah. We were just talking about the Dodgers, and now it's against the Dodgers. So listen, everybody's talking about the Dodgers being the evil empire, and people are going on and on online and going, how is it that the Blue Jays are America's team right now? It's like, because no one wants to see another Dodgers victory except for Dodgers fans.
Yeah.
This team could go on to win multiple World Series. If you look at it, the Dodgers really haven't won a legitimate championship in a long time. I think since
last year.
Okay. I'm sorry. Before last year's, they won in 2020. It was a shortened season, and listen, the Blackhawks won a championship in a shortened season. So I don't mean to illegitimize any championships in shortened seasons. I mean, you just did. You play with the hand you're dealt, right?
Right.
But I'm talking full on season, 162 games, full playoffs, all that jazz. The last time the Dodgers won one. Before that, was 2008?
Oh, you're going to make me do this. Okay, sorry.
I am. I'm going to, if I have my laptop in front of me, we're on broke mode right now.
This is great radio, by the way.
Yeah, honestly.
I don't know. Do you panic as a Dodgers fan? That's what I would ask. Like, I'm obviously I'm very unbiased. I mean, I don't know I would panic just yet. I mean, you have Yamamoto going tonight, right? He's been very dominant. But the problem is he looked like Blake Snell. Actually, Blake Snell was probably a little bit better than Yamamoto, but like both of them have been so dominant, and then all of a sudden Blake Snell wasn't. So it's like, is that train going to continue? I think is going to be a very telling sign, because I don't know. Then I think about it, like being down 2-0. Could you imagine the Dodgers going down 2-0 and then going back to LA? But we saw that in the ALCS. Like, it didn't even matter that the Blue Jays lost the first 2 at home, and then they came back and won, 4 of 6.
Right.
So
I don't think you panic as a Dodgers fan because you are the Dodgers, but I think you definitely need to learn from that game.
Is game 2 a must win or can't lose for the Dodgers?
I love when you bring that question up. Yes. It is a must-win and a can't-lose.
It's both. Okay.
I
think it's can't lose. I think it's a can't lose. You can't lose this game.
You always bring this up. It's the same thing. That's your definite?
That's not the same thing. Like Game 7 is a must-win
and a can't lose.
Right.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It is.
No, because they could still lose Game 2 and go on to win the World Series. So it makes it a can't lose game, not a must-win. Like a must-win means that if you don't win, that it's over.
But there's no ties in baseball, so there's no little gray area.
Where's the tie come in? I don't understand
because if it's a can't lose, then you're saying that they must win.
No, it's a can't lose. Like, you can't lose this game. Like the Bears. Is this a must win for the Bears? I feel like it's a must win for the Ravens. It's a can't lose game. For
if you're saying they can't lose,
right?
They can't lose this game.
They can't lose it. Yeah,
it's dire. Then the only other outcome is that they win, right?
Okay.
So if I were to say they must win this game, that's the same as saying they can't lose this game if it's that dire of a situation.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not what you're saying, though.
That's what I'm saying, but that's not what you're saying.
I think this is a can't lose for the Dodgers tonight. Game 2.
That's why I always thought you were making that joke. It's like it's the same thing.
Oh no, they're two different things.
Get out of here.
Ask any coach. Any coach will tell you.
All right. Okay. I can't.
We should ask George Samus that question.
I guess you could win ugly, and then that's like you didn't lose, so that's can't lose. But it wasn't like a. But it still must win.
Could you imagine being in a Sky press conference and being like, Coach Marsh, do you deem next game like a must win or a can't lose?
You would put his mind in a blender.
Yeah.
That is what would happen.
I'm just saying, can somebody in the media ask this question for me, please? I would love to see it.
I want you guys to call in right now. Tell me if you see a difference between, we're talking teams and games that there are sports that there are no ties.
They are two different situations, by the way.
Is there a difference between must win and can't lose?
Yes, 100%.
To me, it sounds like the same thing. But call in. Our studio line is 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. Or you could text us at 505-926-1410. 505-926-1410. 1410.
Yeah.
If you're on YouTube, you could just head on into the chat. I don't know where the mouse is over here because I've been trying to scroll to see some YouTube comments.
Yeah.
It's over
there.
Here.
It is.
There it is.
By the way, the whole what is this? What is it called tonight down here? It's not
Nightmare on Chicago Street.
Is this Chicago Street? I thought
Chicago Street is right over here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So, Nightmare on Chicago Street. Okay.
Chicago turns into Lake.
Right.
And Lake goes all the way to the lake. Runs all the way down to the lake. So, but over here it's called Chicago Street because it goes to Chicago. But head on out to Elgin.
Nice.
I know, right?
Thanks for that.
Mind-blowing information, right?
Little piece of history for you.
Yeah.
By the way, make sure to like all the social media pages. WRMN on Facebook, Instagram, on the rise for us as well on Facebook, Instagram. It's where we put most of our content for players and such. But yeah. Go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to give a couple shout outs. We got Jose in the chat. Jose was working the Columbus Day Parade with me. How's it going? Jose says, go Blackhawks. I was wearing my Blackhawks underneath
Don't
here,
worry, we'll get there.
And we will get there before you're out of here.
Yeah.
But
give him a tease.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jeff and Trains. And we'll keep rolling here. But going forward with World Series, we have Game 2 tonight, still in Toronto. Besides the question at hand about must win, can't lose, what is your prediction for tonight? What do you see going down? Do you think there's a commanding 2-0 lead going back to LA, or do you think that the Dodgers even up the series? There's where it comes in. Is 2-0 going back to LA? Your backs aren't against the wall, but it's a deeper hole to climb out of. 1-1 going back to LA, I think the Dodgers are perfectly comfortable.
Yeah, I completely agree. But the other thing, too, is Ohtani actually had a good game last night. He had 2 RBIs. He had a hit. He had a walk as well. I don't know. I see I cannot just see a world where the Dodgers go down 2-0. I don't know what it is. I think when teams are as good as we think the Dodgers are, get embarrassed, and they got embarrassed last night. That was a prideful loss, to get, like I said, they had that game in hand and then all of a sudden it was just gone. And the bullpen is the weakness of this Dodgers team.
Yes.
So if the Blue Jays can keep at bats going like they did last night, fight those pitches off, get into that bullpen by the 5th or 6th inning, that is the ideal situation for the Blue Jays. That's where they're going to be making their money. That's where that's where they can feast on the Dodgers in this series. That's what Milwaukee really struggled to do. They couldn't get the starters out of the game early enough to get to the weaker arms of the Dodgers. So we'll see. I think moving forward, I think the Dodgers do win tonight. I'm not ready to say they don't win the World Series yet. Let me watch Game 2, and then I think I could tell you, because I think that's where the momentum is going to lie.
I have to agree with you on all fronts there, especially because, like I said at the start, I don't think you count the Dodgers out. I don't think that 11-4 victory was as telling.
If it was on run differential, it'd be a nightmare.
Right, yeah. I don't think that's what's going to happen for the whole rest of the series. I think that 6th inning, I don't want to call it a fluke, but I think the Blue Jays came alive at the right time.
Yep.
It is fun to see Vladimir Guerrero Jr. play in the World Series just like his dad did all those years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw the video that MLB put out about, it was in Spanish, but it was translated from Vlad Sr. talking to Vlad Jr. saying, like, I didn't know I'd be giving you my swing. I didn't know I'd be giving you my love for the game, but I didn't know that I'd be passing on the fact that you're playing in the World Series, basically. And I'm paraphrasing there, but yeah, I mean, it's incredible to watch that piece of history. One piece of history that we overlooked 2 weeks ago when we were on, and I'm not sure if Nick covered it last week because we've been kind of like A group and B group shifting in here with Nick. Hopefully we get all three of us back in here at some point. I know he was tuned in a little earlier. The Mariners reached the ALCS for the first time in 24 years, and that was after a 15-inning win against the Tigers.
That scream.
I just wanted to, yeah, right? Yeah. That was incredible, but of course,
it's
I think a lot of people were rooting for them because they hadn't been to a World Series, and they were cut down short of making it by these Blue Jays, and we see what these Blue Jays are capable of. We saw them against the Yankees. We saw them against a very good team in the Seattle Mariners. Going over to the National League side of things, though, you and I were last together when it was the Cubs and the Brewers, and I'm sure Nick Johnston kind of recapped that, so I don't want to go too far into it. But is there anything you think the Cubs need to change going into next year to get some offense in Milwaukee, or just take the division and not have to deal with not having home field advantage against your rivals? The Brewers win in 5 games. They took it to the full distance of that series against their rivals for the first time ever playing them in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the Brewers got what they deserved after the L flag, and then they get L'd by the Dodgers. They literally beat the Cubs on Saturday and got eliminated, or they got through on Sunday, and then by Saturday that like very same week they were gone.
Yeah, it only took like 7 days. Yeah, they were out.
It was insane.
When you play the Dodgers, that's the big boys.
From the Cubs situation, it's going to be interesting what they do with that Kyle Tucker money. That's what'll be very telling to me, is like how all in they will go.
That's true. That's a big deal on the table. Do you think Craig Counsell is the guy? I mean, he hasn't even been able to beat his former Brewers here.
Yeah, that's okay. He's gone farther every year. So I don't think he controls the team as much as you'd think. I think the front office does a lot more button pushing than anything.
True. So, hey, I talked to Blake Cowell, our other correspondent. Hopefully we get a chance to talk to Blake here. Maybe next week we'll get him on, talk a little bit of baseball going into the end of the World Series. By that point, it'll probably be over at that point unless we go to a Game 7, I believe. And so Blake will... Maybe we'll pull him in, but he was saying that, same thing, all's fair in love and sports, right? Like, all's fair in love and war is that the Brewers flew that L flag, and yes, karma did come around to bite them, but they had the bragging rights over the Cubs, so Cub fans could be mad all they want. There were some horrible takes, even on some Chicago radio shows. I don't know if you saw those clips where they were like, "Oh, they can't do that." It's like they beat you fair and square.
Yeah, well,
of course they can.
Everybody was up in arms about Troy Aikman being crucial or critical of Caleb Williams too. So I don't know. Everybody's a little on edge. I think we're getting our heads a little too big here. We gotta make sure we stay in a game by game situation before. We just enjoy the ride as sports fans.
I promise there is such a thing as Midwest hospitality, and we do have that here in Chicago, but everybody is on edge as soon as you criticize our players here in Chicago. And another player that was criticized was Connor Bedard last year by Paul Biznasty on TNT. And boy, has he made him eat those words this year. Another winning team that we've been talking about is the Chicago Blackhawks. I'll be shedding this Bananas jersey just momentarily to show off my Blackhawks a little bit here as we shift over into hockey. Dalton and I were also in attendance for a Rockford Ice Hogs game. That was the home opener.
Going to the Wolves tonight.
Dalton will be at the Wolves game tonight as well. Press-wise, we will be covering both of those teams throughout this year. And then the Chicago Blackhawks, man, Frank Nazar and Connor Bedard, they want to win now. Not in 3 years. They want to win now. And also, I was texted by a bunch of friends of mine last night. They won last night, too. You know why?
Oh, yeah.
Even though they didn't play last night. They played Thursday night. They won last night. You know why?
Why is that?
Because they went to the best haunted house in Chicago. The entire Blackhawks team was at Hell's Gate Haunted House last night.
Nice.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We got Blackhawks hockey on the way here on AM 1410 WRMN. I am Mike Napolitano. He's Dalton Cooper. You're listening to On the Rise.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. President Trump is on a 3-country sprint in Asia, even as the government shutdown looms back at home.
President Trump is heading to Asia for his first trip this term to the continent, where he's expected to try to strike up investment deals, work through trade talks, and further some peace efforts. The main event, a face-to-face meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping next week in South Korea. Trump left the White House late Friday night for a long-haul flight that has him arriving in Malaysia on Sunday morning, the first stop on a 3-country sprint. Trump will also meet with Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi. I'm Julie Walker.
The president sounding optimistic about his upcoming talks with the president of China. He predicts a successful trade deal will be the outcome when they meet, and that could help U.S. farmers, with China expected to start buying more in the way of U.S.-grown soybeans. Consumer prices increased by just 3% in September compared to a year ago. That was less than expected, and good news for the economy. Stephen Moore, an economist who served in the first Trump administration, says the president has correctly targeted energy prices as a major factor.
When energy costs fall, that just doesn't just mean you're paying less for energy. Everything else tends to fall in price because energy is a component of everything that we produce and buy in America.
The administration finalizing plans to do more drilling in Alaska.
President Trump, in his address to Congress earlier this year,
drill, baby, drill.
Trump's big bill of tax breaks and spending cuts passed over the summer called for at least 4 lease sales within the refuge over a 10-year period.
We have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far.
The decision renews the debate over whether to drill in one of the nation's wilderness areas. I'm Ben Thomas.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
National Guard deployments in Washington, D.C. and Portland, Oregon are now the focus of new court hearings. Correspondent Bernie Bennett reports.
No National Guard troops are expected to be deployed in Portland, Oregon for at least several days after a temporary federal appeals court decision Friday. Meanwhile, a judge in Washington, D.C. is weighing whether to pull more than 2,000 troops off the streets of the nation's capital. The deployments are the latest in an array of lawsuits and overlapping rulings prompted by President Trump's push to send the military into Democratic-run cities despite fierce resistance from mayors and governors. Troop deployment remains blocked in the Chicago area, where all sides are waiting to see if the U.S. Supreme Court intervenes to allow it. Bernie Bennett, Washington.
The 2025 Marine Corps Marathon will take place tomorrow. This will be the 50th anniversary of the event. The marathon is one of the largest in the world. It is commonly known as the People's Marathon because it does not offer prize money. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. More in the way of fruity treats, fewer chocolates. That's what's likely to be in your bag if you're a trick-or-treater this Halloween. Chocolate prices skyrocketing this year, with producers facing higher prices for cocoa due to poor harvests in West Africa. That's where about 70% of the world's cocoa is produced. There's a jerky recall, Lisa Dwyer reports.
More than 2.2 million pounds of Korean barbecue pork jerky has been recalled over contamination with pieces of metal. LSI Inc. voluntarily pulled the product, sold at Costco and Sam Club stores nationwide. The recall includes plastic pouches labeled Golden Island Fire-Grilled Pork Jerky Korean Barbecue Recipe.
That is Lisa Dwyer reporting. J.P. Morgan Chase wants to start.
News and insights on interesting topics and everyday situations, providing nonstop fun and chuckles for all. Get the scoop on consumer news, deep dive on current events, and learn about the newest economic trends. From exercise and gardening to music, travel, recipes, sports, pets, real estate, media, and everything in between. And it's all sprinkled with a healthy helping of bad dad jokes and interesting fun facts to boot. Tune in Mondays through Thursdays from 2 to 4 p.m. for a little fun, frolic, and infotainment. Join us, won't you?
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. I am your host, Mike Napolitano, alongside my host and buddy, Dalton Cooper. We're in studio this week talking a little bit of hockey now, as we have started the ice season. It's been crazy for pretty much all the teams that we cover here at AM 1410 WRMN. You and I were at the home opener for the Rockford Ice Hogs, and of course they had to win in epic fashion, going to overtime. A late comeback to tie things up.
Yeah, to even get there, yeah.
And a victory in overtime. Samuel Savoie, man, is he looking good. There was, not to call out Chicago radio again, I don't remember if it was ESPN or 670. It was one show with somebody, don't remember who it was, but last year I tuned in around February or March. So it was around the trade deadline. And there were some hosts running down the prospect list of the Chicago Blackhawks. And they went so far as to go, who's this Nick Lardis kid? When is he getting up here? Come on. What? It's like, okay, first of all, that kid is still playing in the OHL. So obviously 17. It's going to take a little while. And also, yeah, first off, 17 years old. Also, how about the fact that he's putting up numbers, record numbers in the OHL? Who knows if that's going to translate here to the AHL, because he's down with the Rockford Ice Hogs right now.
Pretty good,
but it seems to be it seems to be the case. So it irks me that people will go on air and run their mouth about hockey when they don't understand what's going on prospect wise. But I think Blackhawks fans are getting a little bit of a taste of it this year at the NHL level, and if you're tuned into Rockford at all, you are definitely seeing the future of the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, he was the first star of the league, wasn't he?
He set records in the OHL. He was 17 years old, and they're going, oh, why is he not playing for the Blackhawks right now? Because he's in development, and honestly, it looks like he's one of the more rapid developers in this Blackhawks prospect system. Samuel Savoie included, as we saw him put on that show on opening night. Oliver Moore.
He scored in his second career game for the Rockford. They literally played a back-to-back. You know, they took care of business both nights.
Yes.
The only game they've lost, to my knowledge so far, was that second of back-to-back with Chicago, and that was a 6-5 game. So it's not like the offense has not been an issue with this team, to say the least.
Yeah, they did. They did win the first game against the Wolves. That second game against the Wolves, did you see we had a Michigan goal? A lacrosse-style goal from the Chicago Wolves. I apologies, once again, if I had my laptop in front of me and my notes, but there was a Michigan goal from the Wolves that was incredible. So, of course, that kind of takes wind out of the Rockford IceHogs sails. But other than that, this Rockford IceHogs team has looked much better, especially against the Wolves, who they struggled against last year. You know, there's that rivalry there. And then when they got to the playoffs, of course, they made short work of the Wolves. But if they're doing what they're doing now and they can keep that foot on the gas and not get too tired out come playoff time, I expect a much deeper run from this Rockford team, and that is going to bode well for the Blackhawks in future years. Now, Frank Nazar and Connor Bedard have gone on TNT, and they said, we don't want to win in 3 years, quote, we want to win now. And I understand that. I totally...
I think they have to.
Yeah, anybody with that youth and that hunger and that drive and that skill would want that as well. However, they're still... I mean, they're sitting in a wild card spot right now, which is crazy. Yeah. I know it's early on in the season, right? We're only a month in.
First time in 740 days that they've had a winning record. 740 days above 500.
That hurts. Yeah.
But hey, they're there.
It's finally happening. But is it enough to get this Blackhawks team to the playoffs? I don't think so. I still think by the end of this season, they're going to come just short. I did say my prediction for the Blackhawks was similar to the Bears. I said the Blackhawks were going to maybe flirt with a bubble spot this year, which, you know, would potentially get them into a wild card. I said that a little funny. Bubble as in, I mean, like they're on the bubble of making the playoffs. They're just outside. So does that mean they get the wild card spot? I don't know. I don't think so. But like what we're saying with Rockford and what Frank Nazar and Connor Bedard are saying, they want to win now. So they're going to do what they can to win now. And then they're going to get the reinforcements. And later this year, next season, the next season after that, they're going to get what they need coming to Chicago. Yeah. And it's going to be fun. But like I said, they got what they needed going to Lockport last night, going to Hell's Gate Haunted House. I'm sure they had a great time.
Right.
Apparently, I've been told that they rolled out the red carpet. Hell's Gate rolls out the red carpet for us when we go, my group, and I'm super grateful for that. They have a great show there. I want to plug them for a second because they do a great job, just like all the other haunts we go to. Disturbia Haunted House has partnered with us this year to give away tickets when you come to Voodoo. Yeah, like when you come to Voodoo, come find the sticker in our haunt because it's not going to be the banana sticker. It's going to be a Voodoo on Vassar sticker because then it's going to win you a discounted ticket to Disturbia Haunted House. So there's a lot of great people in that industry and stuff like that. But the Chicago Blackhawks getting the royal treatment at Hell's Gate, I'm not surprised. And good on them because these boys are our future.
Yeah. Hey, we love a team that has good team bonding nights, and if any team willing to like go to the haunted house as a team, I don't know how many staff members and stuff like that, but that is like the little signs that this group might be a little bit different, you know?
Yeah.
So
that was kind of one of the thoughts that just came natural to me, but like I didn't verbalize it, I didn't vocalize it, but you bring that up, and yeah, that kind of ran through my head too. Is like. That's a really good, not just a good sign for my people at Hell's Gate, not just a good sign for, you know, okay, they had some fun, but like that's a good sign for Blackhawks fans and this Blackhawks community going forward that, hey, they're out here doing that stuff.
Yeah, and they're spending part of their salaries back in the community. I mean, that's...
Sure.
Right?
I'm sure they got some discounted tickets too, maybe. Who knows?
No, it's good to see. And I mean, to your point, you know, Frank Nazar, 9 points in 8 games. He's playing out of his mind. Tara Vinen's been a nice surprise. He's kind of had a little bit of resurrection. He's a point per player right now.
Donato is starting to replicate what he did last year.
3 straight now or 4 straight, I think.
So last year was a contract year for Donato. We saw him get re-signed over this past summer, and everybody was saying, okay, well, for what he did and why he wants to
4 straight, by the way.
4 straight. For what he did last year, and because of the fact that he said he wants to finally stop being a walking suitcase and make himself a home here in Chicago, he put up all those numbers, and now you kind of have to pay him that big ticket if you want to keep him around, which I think was the right move. For sure. I'm 100% in on re-signing Donato. However...
Donnie, by the way, is his nickname. Is what he says right here on NHL Reference.
I've never heard anybody call him Donnie, but all right.
I didn't know that either.
I call him Donato because, like, you know, I'm always hungry for donuts. I'm Italian. But, no, I mean... you had to pay him that money. He earned it, right? And you're okay with paying him that money. The question is that just what he did in a contract year? And is he going to be able to replicate it as he gets a year older and goes through a whole new contract? He looks like he's picked up right where he left off, and I'm more than okay with that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, $4 million a year for him right now. That's a really good deal. The cap's going up. Like, that is a very team-friendly deal. And I think that's what it was said when it happened. But, I mean, Mike, the Blackhawks still have the most amount of cap space in the NHL. Now, granted, a lot of the lacklusterness, or a lot of the awe of free agency coming for next summer had kind of gotten the sales taken out of it, with some extensions being signed between, Jack Eichel, some other names, obviously Connor, McDavid,
right,
team-friendly deal, if you will. Yeah, we're not even going to talk about that.
Definitely a team-friendly deal.
But, I mean, they've still got $17 million to make something happen. So I don't know who's out there. Obviously I don't have the list in front of me, but, I mean, a good second-line winger or even center for this team, I think, would go a long, long way. I mean, we were talking about it before we got on air. Just really the glaring hole in this team I see right now is just their face-off win percentage. Like, they don't have a lot of good face-off statistics, especially winning, which, as much as I do, like possession cut, when you get into the heart or the stretch of the season, like that post-Olympic break is when the playoffs really start probably. And, having that possession in the offensive zone, possession overall, is kind of the key to the game in those moments. So I think that's just the glaring hole that I'm seeing with them right now. Other than that, it's great. It's great to see the Blackhawks playing well. Spencer Knight is showing why he was worth the pick of Seth Johnson, or basically Seth Jones, why that swap was working out really well. It seems like they have a cornerstone goaltender for the next, 5-10 years. And it's just, I mean, a lot of things are looking right now. The defense definitely looks a little bit quicker. They look like they're a little bit more organized, and they're not leaving Spencer Knight out to dry as much, I think, as they were maybe last year. But
yes, that's for sure.
I think that's where the success lies for this team, is being able to kind of grind out. I don't think they're going to win a lot of games pretty. Let's put it that way.
No, that's for sure. I was actually trying to look up, you mentioned the face-off percentage, and it's not as easy, one, with a phone, and two, with AHL stats.
Tyler Bertuzzi is the highest. He's only taken 20 face-offs. So the next highest is Jason Dickinson. He's at 58%. After that, you have Ryan Green at 48%, Nick Foligno at 47%, Ryan Donato is 5th at 46%. So it's just, and Ryan Donato's only taken 15 face-offs this year.
Yeah, so okay, small sample sizes for a lot. So let's see going forward. I definitely think that is a concern. Going forward for this Blackhawks team, because it was last year and it doesn't seem to have changed this year. The experience at the face-off
just not big up the middle either.
And it's a big change from the Blackhawks many years of having Jonathan Toews as your number one center, winning practically every face-off that he stepped into. And congratulations to Jonathan Toews, not only getting his first goal as a Winnipeg Jet, but getting his first goal in Winnipeg as well. So he's got 2 goals on the season, got his first point a couple of weeks ago, I think, as well. So he's really turned things back on and is playing hockey at a rate that I think he was when he was healthy, just, now a couple years removed. What I was trying to find was the face-off percentages for the Rockford Ice Hogs, which is a little bit tougher of a stat for me to find off the fly right now. But I was just trying to see, like, maybe this Ice Hogs team is better at the dot, and there might be some help in the pipeline with some bigger centers coming in soon. I mean, when you look at that Rockford Ice Hogs roster, as far as your centers go, you have Dominic Toninato. He's fairly big. You've got another center in Ryan Gagne. I mean, not a whole lot of names that I'm seeing that would for sure come up and play that role. I mean, maybe
it's really hard to find face-off percentages for AHL players.
That's what I was we may have to hit up our buddy.
They don't have a hockey reference.
Dana Gray, to see if he knows. Aiden Thompson is a forward and a big forward, and so is Paul Ludwinski. And I'd maybe like to see those two get shifted into a center role. Maybe you get a Nick Lardis in there if he's winning draws, but like we said, we can't find any stats as far as whether or not Rockford is progressing at the face-off dot. And of course, those are going to be based on AHL stats. So who knows, jumping to the NHL, if that's going to translate properly.
But don't even need to worry about that. They're winning hockey games.
But yeah, they're winning hockey games. And to win hockey games, you got to win face-offs.
They didn't win last night, though. They got beat 5-0. in Colorado.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, but so that's a point too. I want to mention another point, going back to the professional side of things. The Blackhawks are 3-0-1 in their last 4 games.
Now they're 4-0-1 because they won Thursday night, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
4-0-1. Yeah. Because this post is from 2 days ago. Excuse me. The Bulls beat the Pistons in their season opener. We'll get to that eventually. Modest Bazelles is the youngest Bull to drop 20 in a home opener. The Bears are on a 4-game win streak. They're first since 2018. They're 4-2. And then, of course, we mentioned we're going to get to it eventually. The Chicago Fire won their first playoff game since 2009. So Chicago sports, I know we've been saying it all show, is looking up. But when it comes to this Blackhawks team, yes, they start off the season a little rough against a Boston Bruins team that they really should have beat. And even before that, the Panthers
opening night.
And like we said on air, I think we both said that it was a lucky bounce that separated that game, really, that just snuck behind Spencer Knight. So
in the Bruins game?
No, the Panthers one. It was like a deflection out of midair to give them that game-winning goal. But the Blackhawks lost that game 3-2. They had a lead. They fought back. They tied things up again. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from this Blackhawks team all around thus far this year. And at the forefront of it, I know we've talked about them time and time again here, and we're going to continue to beat a dead horse, but it's Frank Nazar and Connor Bedard. Now there's a conversation going around. There's a discussion piece. Is Frank Nazar better than Connor Bedard? Pump the brakes, folks. Pump the brakes. That's a crazy take. You know why? Don't get me wrong. Frank Nazar, a great player in his own right, and he has awesome attributes for this Blackhawks team that Connor Bedard doesn't bring. But I don't think Frank Nazar can bring those without Connor Bedard with it. I think it's that, like what Patrick Kane talked about, not only on the Breakaway podcast with Pat Boyle over the offseason, but also I think he went on NHL Network and even maybe Barstool and talked about it. Might have been Barstool Chicago. And Patrick Kane said Connor Bedard and Frank Nazar can maybe be that next 1-2 punch, Kane and Taves. Now, he wasn't trying to, boost himself up, but obviously he won 3 cups here with Jonathan Taves. And when you think of the Blackhawks in the last few decades, you think Kane and Taves, right? And then Keith gets thrown in there as well. Your next Kane and Taves could be Bedard and Nazar. And I don't mean Bedard is a carbon copy of Jonathan Taves and Nazar is a carbon copy of Patrick Kane. I'm just saying that's that 1-2 punch. And honestly, towards the end of their careers and even towards those last couple cups, Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves didn't even play on the same line as each other. They were spread out for depth. That was a 1-2 punch in a sense of you're going to get punched by the first line and then you're going to get punched again by the second line. So the fact that Bedard and Nazar are playing this well together, maybe they become that Kane and Taves and split up, or maybe they just have the chemistry to ride the win here. I don't know.
I don't know. I just don't know if they're built for a playoff style of hockey. I think they're built for a regular season style of hockey at the moment.
Not yet.
I think the biggest thing with those two, I think they are a different style, but I think Frank is more of a scorer where Connor Bedard is more of a playmaker. Like Connor Bedard's got a great wrist shot. He can shoot. I'm not saying Connor Bedard can't
release.
Score. Yeah, like it's nasty. Don't get me wrong. But I just think that Connor Bedard, is more of like the Sidney Crosby, where he's going to see lanes that people don't see, or he's going to be able to create that space with his speed, obviously, and be more of a distributor or playmaker, get guys in position to where Frank Nazar, I think, is more of a finisher. He excels at putting the puck in the net. I mean, you see him in his speed, too. I think their speed is what really complements each other. I mean, you see it in the breakaway creation. You see it in their forechecking. Connor Bedard has really taken a step forward, in my opinion, on his defense with his forechecking. He's been a lot more aggressive this year, using his stick to, disrupt plays, disrupt timing, stuff like that. So I think he's done a lot better of getting physical and, showing more of a presence in that regard. And honestly, I think that just speaks volumes to the coach, how he's brought his mentality over, because the energy around the team is different. The vibe when they hit the ice, to me, is different. The way that they're playing is completely different. And I think that's got a lot to do with the new regime that was brought in. I mean, they're buying into what was taught. We always talk, we continue to talk about how deep the training camp was and X, Y, and Z. But maybe, if anything, you talked about these guys needing to perform and win now. Well, it's maybe because they know the guys behind them are just as good, if not better. And those guys probably actually know hockey. So them having that urgency, I think, is a good thing in the building.
And you talk about guys behind you. If you're not performing, things may happen. Things may change. And we saw Lucas Reichel get traded by the Chicago Blackhawks. We've kind of buried a little bit of the lead here. Honestly, I don't want to even call that the lead, though, because I don't want to take away from the fact that we've definitely praised the Blackhawks for winning here, and that's a great thing, and that should be first. But Lucas Reichel just was not developing. You didn't see any more growth. I say that in one breath, and in the next breath, I also think that you could have gotten more than a 4th round 2027 draft pick from Vancouver. But what did I just say? I said he wasn't developing. So any other team in the league is going to see that, and they're not going to give you a huge return. Do I think the Blackhawks still kind of lost that trade? Yes, but I don't think you look at the trade on the surface and say they lost the trade. I think they lost in that draft pick, and that was the previous GM regime that drafted Lucas Reichel. I'm not saying that the current regime wanted Lucas Reichel out because that wasn't their guy, that wasn't their draft pick. But at the same time, it was, all right, show us what you got if you're going to stay here. And he had a decent first year. He regressed heavily in his second year, and you haven't seen a whole lot from him here. Yeah. So I'm not upset at the trade. Some people were up in arms, and it's like, but do you see what's coming in Rockford? Lucas Reichel, if he wasn't traded and you didn't get value for him now when he's still somewhat in the lineup, he was going to eventually become a healthy scratch, ride the bench, not even ride the bench, be up in the rafters watching his teammates play, and then you're going to try to trade him. You're going to get even less for him at that point.
Yeah, no, it would definitely. It's asset management. At the end of the day, unfortunately, that's what it.
It's a business.
I'm gonna say that's why it's a business. But I don't look back on that trade. I'm like, oh my God, that's going to be the difference between the Blackhawks team being great and not great. I think it's interesting to see moving forward. Again, how Jeff Blashill is going to keep this team improving. We've seen already how much they've improved considering the last couple of years. So I guess I'd be really curious to know what he's learned from his first tenure with Detroit, or even what he learned in Tampa that he's brought to this team. Because like I said, there's just a different energy. There's a different moxie. They've got a little bit of, I mean, you see it with Bedard. He's getting a little more gritty. He's willing to take on, not necessarily fights, but he's standing his ground a little more, which is good to see. I think when your best players are playing with confidence, I think they can share that confidence. They can be, osmosis, if you will. Everybody becomes a little more confident in their game, and it makes a huge difference. So I think that's what I'd be curious to know. I think they're set up to do pretty well. Obviously, the Central is a good division, but I don't think it's anything that they couldn't maybe make a run in, especially Spencer Knight's going to continue to play this well.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned about, talking about Jeff Blashill and what he needs to improve on, I think one thing that may not fall solely on his responsibility, because there's coaches for everything now, so maybe it's a special teams coach, but the power play, because the Blackhawks did have a 2-man advantage against Tampa Bay the other night, and not only did they not convert on the 2-man advantage, now it's just 1 2-man advantage. Maybe in other cases they will convert. Maybe the special teams needs a little bit of help, but guys, can we know the basic rules of hockey? And if a player is bleeding, you can't send him out onto the ice. Especially when he's wearing a white jersey. That's way too obvious that he's bleeding then. If he's wearing the Blackhawks red, then maybe you could get away with it. But, look at Andrew Shaw back in 2013. That was in a white jersey as well. Guys, it's a player safety thing, and they're trying to send Bedard out there while he's bleeding from his mouth. And Bedard wants to go out there. He's a competitor. He's going to, of course, want to be out there. But if you're Jeff Blashill as his coach, you got to be like, you got to come off the ice. And I respect the competitive move to try to sneak him out there and still go with your top power play line before he gets, cleaned up or whatever. But you also had a timeout, or there was a stoppage of play right before that you could have cleaned him up. If he was still bleeding, you could have stitched him up, I guess. But it's hockey. Stitch him up, get him back out there. And then you could go with your top line, but yeah, they tried to bend the rules a little bit there.
Yeah, and they lost the first 3 games of the season, and they've won 4 of the last 5. So they lost 3 straight to Florida, Boston, Montreal, 3 good teams. But then I think that's the nice thing too, is they're beating teams that you would not probably expect them to beat. Tampa is completely falling apart in front of our very eyes. They got old literally over the summer. They had that shootout loss to Vancouver, and then they beat Anaheim. So. It'll be interesting. I think by the time next Saturday we get on here and talk about this team, we're going to really know a lot because, you got 3 games coming up between the Kings, the Senators, and the Jets. And then they literally play Edmonton that next Saturday that will be on the air. So we're going to get, Darcy Kemper. Allmark has been awful. So maybe we can sneak out that game against Ottawa, and then we have Connor Hellebuck on deck. So
there is a game against the Canucks coming up, so they will get to see Reichel very soon if Reichel plays in that game. You mentioned Blackhawks playing the Jets. That'll be up in Winnipeg, so it'll be the first time the Blackhawks play against Jonathan Toews, but it will not be at home just yet. Hold your horses. Jonathan Toews, man. Jonathan Toews. The Blackhawks, they had been shafted on a call when it came to that Canucks shootout loss. I don't even want to get into it, and I don't agree with it either. But yes, Kings, Senators, and Jets, as you said, all coming up in this next week as we get into the second month of hockey, but then again, a real test against those Edmonton Oilers. So I'm excited to see more Blackhawks hockey. You're going to be at the Wolves game tonight, so we'll be covering both Wolves and Rockford for you here as we go on. And the Chicago Steel have started their season. We'll get in over there in the Fox River Valley as well for their final season at Fox Valley Ice Arena. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. This is On the Rise. Myself, Mike Napolitano, and Dalton Cooper on River Media Network Sports.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
When disaster strikes, flood or fire, every second counts. At Emergency Construction Group, they specialize in immediate response and same-day service for any residential, commercial, or industrial emergency across the Chicagoland area. With over 30 years of experience, they've got the expertise, manpower, and equipment to handle any size loss fast. They follow strict IICRC guidelines to restore your property the right way, the first time. Their team values transparency, constant communication, and strong ethical standards because your peace of mind matters. Licensed, bonded, and insured, they're here for you 24/7, 365 days a year. Call 855-4ECG now. That's 855-432-4669. Or visit their website at emergencyconstructiongroup.com and let Emergency Construction Group put your life back together one step at a time. That's Emergency Construction Group. Your satisfaction is their passion.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. LoveYourMindToday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Youth football season is almost here. Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer is now part of the prestigious Pop Warner League in Chicagoland. We're serving youth athletes of all ages, building character and fostering teamwork. Registration is now open, so don't miss out on the chance to be a part of a winning tradition. Multi-athletic registration discounts are available, and we're looking for dedicated volunteers to join our coaching staff. Shape the future of our youth. Plus, on April 14th, the Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer start spring conditioning. Get all the details and register at elginsteelers.com. That's elginsteelers.com. Go Steelers!
Welcome into AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise here. Myself, Mike Napolitano, solo for the final half hour as we watch the streets of Elgin get taken over by Nightmare on Chicago Street. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a playoff team here in Chicago. A playoff team. It is the Chicago Fire. They got a win the other night, and they don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Head coach Greg Berhalter called it a little bit of a warm-up to the playoffs because they had to play Orlando FC in that play-in or that wild card matchup. Orlando was sitting in the 9th spot. Chicago was sitting in the 8th spot, so of course, it was not an upset there, but there was some question on whether or not this Fire team was actually going to find their way in the playoffs. They hadn't won a game since 2009. In fact, this Fire team hadn't made the playoffs in quite a long time. We're talking, they came out in Chicago at SeatGeek Stadium. They were not playing at Soldier Field because Bears are in full swing now, so it's hard to fit in a Fire game and a Bears game in the same weekend. You can't really have that turf getting too torn up. Brian Gutierrez, though, a goal in the 48th minute. So nothing in that first half, deadlocked, and then the Fire erupted. The 48th minute, it was Brian Gutierrez opening the scoring. Hugo Kuipers hits one in the 56th minute to double that Fire lead, but a 2-goal lead in any sport, hockey, soccer, you know, it is the worst lead in sports. So Kuipers says, you know what? I'm going to make sure that we lock this down. He scores in the 67th minute, and the Fire take a 3-0 lead. Tyrese Spicer gets a goal in the 89th minute right before that final few moments of the game. And honestly, it was not enough for Orlando. It was the Fire just kind of shrugged that off. So Kuipers gets the game ball, and the Fire advance in the wild card in the 2025 MLS playoffs, and they will advance to play a series against the Philadelphia Union. So coming up on deck for the Fire are the number 1 seed Union. That'll be really tough. Game 1 or round 1 will be tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th. That'll be against Philadelphia in Philadelphia. That'll be 4:30 p.m. on FS1 and Fox. And then it'll be game 2, Saturday, November 1st at 4:30 p.m. on Apple TV. That one will be in Chicago. More specifically, that will be at SeatGeek Stadium. If there is a decisive game 3, that would be back in Philadelphia on November 8th. That'd be, we're already getting into November here. So, best of 3 series possibly on deck here for Chicago. If they can take one in Philly early on, then they don't have their backs up against the wall in games 2 and 3. This Philadelphia team, though, has been dominant all season long. When you look at the table, in their 34 games played, 20 wins, 6 draws, and 8 losses for a grand total of 66 points. Cincinnati was right behind them with 65, and so was Miami. The Fire they had Miami's number this year. They drew at home. They beat them in Miami. So if the Fire can go toe-to-toe with a Miami team, they can definitely go toe-to-toe with this Philadelphia team. Now, they did not do that in the regular season. in the last couple of matchups between these two teams. That was back on August 23rd. It was a 4-0 victory for Philadelphia. And back on June 25th, it was a 1-0 victory for Philadelphia. So these two teams have played twice. The aggregate score line between the two, 5-0 in favor of Philadelphia. And going back to last year, the Fire just barely squeaked out a barn burner, a 4-3 victory against this Union team, and then a 2-2 draw back at the start of the season last year. So, of course, brand new roster, brand new teams on both sides kind of in many ways. There's still a couple returning faces, but this Fire team has had a much different makeup throughout this season. We saw it firsthand when we were covering them majority over the summer. In addition to getting Blake Cowell on, maybe we talk to a couple Fire correspondents that we have so that we can get a little bit of insight on this playoff run, especially celebrating the fact that the Fire have gotten their first playoff victory in, are you sitting down? 11, no, I'm not doing math right. 14 years. No, I'm still not doing math right. 16 years. Oh my goodness. Still think it's way too early, but no, we're at the noon, almost noon hour now. 16 years it's been since the Fire won a playoff matchup. And 2009, they were still back at SeatGeek Stadium full time. So it's kind of come full circle that they're doing it in Bridgeview once again. So that is great to see. But there's another team that we talked about that has looked really good to start the season. That is the Chicago Bulls. They get a 115-111 victory over the Pistons to start the season. Matas Buzelis, the youngest Bull to score 21 points in a debut or in a home opener, in a season opener. 21 points. And then, of course, they regrouped after blowing a 23-point lead to beat the Detroit Pistons. So there's still some shakiness going on with this Bulls team. They were mediocre last year. They were mediocre the year before that. They were mediocre the year before that. When I talked earlier about not having playoffs here in Chicago, the Bulls have made it to the play-in round the last couple of seasons, but that's not technically the playoffs. Every single year, it's the Bulls and the Heat, or the Bulls and choose your opponent, choose your competitor. The Bulls are always just under or at 500 and getting knocked out. That is not competitive to me, or it shouldn't be to really any sports fan. I'm not saying you have to tank. I know that that's the new age theory of, you have to tank for a high draft pick. But you know what? If you keep finishing in the very middle, you have no promise at actual playoff success, and you have no promise at a high draft pick, then you're just staying in no man's land. I'm not saying every year has to be a tank, and I'm not saying every year has to be a playoff year. There are going to be ups and downs. But if you are just doing the bare minimum to get your team to 500, and sometimes, like last year, not even, then, I mean, what are you really doing? You're not putting anything into this team. And we all know what ownership and management have done for this Bulls, or haven't done for this Bulls team in many years. They're still riding off of the success of the 90s Bulls. We've talked about it on this show. There are still fans in seats. The Bulls tend to lead the NBA in attendance every single year. Why is that? Because not only do the not only do the Chicago Bulls get the tourists, Chicago in general gets tourists, but they get tourists that want to come and see the very court that Michael Jordan played on, the arena that Michael Jordan played in. They want to come see and take a picture in front of the Michael Jordan statue. Worldwide, we're talking tourism, not just Chicago, not just, outside of Chicago, America. We're talking, we get a lot of tourists that want to walk Michigan Avenue for a day and then go to a Bulls game at night just because, there were legends that played there. It's more than 30 years now. Unbelievable, though, that's still the case. And you know what? Hey, good for a Chicago team to bring in the money. Better for a Chicago team to spend that money. And it doesn't seem like they want to do that. The Bulls are going to continue their season tonight at 6 p.m. That is against the Magic. Magic are 1-1 We're just kicking off this NBA season. And when you look at the preseason, of course, preseason doesn't matter, but we haven't really talked about the Bulls at all on this show. They get a preseason victory 118 to 117 over the Cavaliers. Then they beat them 119 to 112. They lose to the Bucks and the Nuggets, but then a win over the Timberwolves. So even in the preseason, the Bulls are looking competitive, which is a great sign going forward, especially when you're going to have to play teams like the Atlanta Hawks, who are always right there in the midst of a play-in round spot every single year. So that could be a team that the Bulls are looking at the end of the season. They'll get to see them early on. They're also 1-1. The Sacramento Kings are 1-1. And then you have an undefeated New York Knicks team. And that is going to be a little bit scarier of a matchup, not just because it's on Halloween at 7 p.m., but we saw how that Knicks team played in the playoffs last year. And let's be honest, with a lot of injuries, especially to Tyrese Halliburton of the Indianapolis Pacers, you're going to see this Knicks team, I think, really take command of things in the East. Now, the Celtics are still there. They could come back. They have injuries as well. Maybe there's a dark horse competitor that gets their name in the mix. But the Knicks, after what they did last year, I would fully expect them to take a stronghold on the East. So that is going to be a team that the Bulls are going to really look to, really look to play competitively. And not only is it on Halloween, but this is an NBA Cup group play matchup. This will be at the United Center, so we'll hopefully probably have one of those cool different colored courts for this event, for this matchup. But let's hope the Bulls can take it to the Knicks. Both teams are sitting undefeated by now. We'll see if that is the case come Friday. But yes, Friday, Halloween, it'll be an NBA Cup matchup against the Knicks, who are 2-0. Bulls right now currently sitting at 1-0. That'll be at 7 p.m. You could probably watch that on CHSN, Chicago Sports Network. All of these games looks like on CHSN. When you look at the televised nationally games for the Bulls, there aren't a whole lot of them. I know we went over this schedule a couple months ago when it first dropped, but there are some exciting games to look forward to. Not only do the Bulls play the Knicks on Halloween, but then the Bulls will go to Madison Square Garden and play the Knicks on November 2nd. So that's going to be a tough 2 games in a row before they get back into more NBA Cup group play on the 7th against the Bucks. So the Milwaukee Bucks, that'll be up at Fiserv Forum. So did we call it United Center North when Chicagoans travel there? Like how the Cub fans call the American Family Field. I always want to say Miller Park, but American Family Field, Wrigley North. But we'll see if that ends up being the case. Let's transition back into a little bit more soccer here. The Chicago Stars, they are on the doorstep of concluding their season. They have one more game. That'll be Sunday, November 2nd against Angel City FC. That'll be I believe at home. Yes, that'll be at SeatGeek Stadium. That'll be a 4:00 kickoff. That'll be the final game of their season. Unfortunately, San Diego routed the Chicago Stars last weekend, a 6-1 final. Now, we had been talking about how this Chicago team, the Chicago Stars team, this women's soccer team, has been really stepping up since the coaching changes, really solidifying their identity, having a lot of draws, not necessarily getting the wins, but they weren't taking as many losses as they had been at the start of this season. So currently, the Chicago Stars are sitting at 2-11-12. But boy, I'm telling you, that stat right there, they were looking like they were like 1-1-8 not too long ago. No, not a whole lot of draws. Definitely not a whole lot of wins. They get that one win at their new home, soon to be new home, over on the lakefront, over in Evanston at Northwestern Medicine Field, not the one here in Geneva where the Cougars play, but Northwestern Medicine at Northwestern. That's Martin Stadium over there. So we will get to see ladies soccer on the lakefront next year, and I think there are some great things to build towards. They did just post a content piece with their one of their star players, Sam Stopp, who is She did, unfortunately, put in an own goal last game, but she's looking to stay here in Chicago and continue her career. She's a veteran now. She can kind of step more into that veteran role. And she was talking about the excitement of then playing in front of more diversified fan base over in Evanston, because you'll get a lot of those diehards that were traveling to SeatGeek Stadium still now traveling over to the lakefront and up to Evanston. You get a little bit of a different look. The stands were packed during that game that the Chicago Stars played. I believe that was back in September. Yes, that was against Orlando. Funny that these Chicago soccer teams are always beating Orlando, but the Orlando Pride were the 1 seed in the playoffs last year, knocking out the Stars, who had fallen, if you remember, all the way into that 8th seed, and it wasn't even close. So to get their revenge, take a win against Orlando was huge, but also to do it at the lakefront in their new, soon-to-be new stadium was a nice little precursor to what could be happening in the future. So Northwestern Stadium right there, that will be the new home of Chicago Stars FC. I don't think we're getting. Let me see. Let me just check the YouTube real quick, see if we're getting any comments in here or anything. We didn't get any call-ins though, guys. I want to know: is there a difference between must win and can't lose? It's the same thing to me. If you must win that game, that means you can't lose that game. That's the same thing. Jose says Dodgers will win tonight. So he's got the Dodgers. It's kind of weird for me to do the solo Mamma Mias at the moment, but I would say if I had a Mamma Mia, this is going to be tough because there's been a couple of things in the sports world this past couple of weeks, but the biggest Mamma Mia, and I'll take the rest of the show time to really dive into this, has got to be this sports scandal. It is supposedly, allegedly tied to the Italian mafia, and not just any Italian mafia. We're talking about the 4 crime families that are supposedly, allegedly in New York and the New Jersey area. Is this straight out of Sopranos? The answer to that, yes, it is. These are quite literally, supposedly, allegedly, the same crime families that the Sopranos show was based off of. Of course, Sopranos was a couple of decades ago, so I'm sure there's some new players involved, but this was an underground poker ring that many NBA coaches, players, you name it, they were involved in. ESPN has been covering this like crazy, but we're just getting a few names here and there starting to come out on who is responsible for this, and it is not good. There were bettors allegedly receiving privileged injury information on LeBron James from former Cavs coach Damon Jones, and that was per Dave McMenamin. So, I mean, this is huge. This is probably one of the biggest sports scandals, arguably since the Black Sox scandal of 1919. And it pains me to say that as a White Sox fan that happened, but history is history. The facts are the facts. And I hate to bring up sour news, especially here in Chicago, but I mean, this is gigantic. Not only is this something that revolves around sports and the future of sports, mainly because betting has become legalized sports-wise, not illegal poker games and not insider information. Betting has become legalized for many, and when I say many, there are a lot of people in these leagues who have signed agreements that say that they have such and such insider knowledge, they are too close to the game, that it would be unfair for them to wager on these outcomes. Sounds like those people were breaking rules. Not only that, though, not only the betting world, not only the sports world, not only the sports betting world, but us as a country. Man, that is crazy. We're talking Italian mafia and alleged crime families. This is something that is like straight out of The Godfather, something straight out of Goodfellas, and it's revolving around sports, namely basketball. So there's going to be a lot more that comes out about this within the next couple weeks, next couple months. So I'm not going to dive too deeply into that and just give you my thoughts and my opinions. I'm going to wait till we get Nick Johnston, who in our group chat has been following this very closely, but also we've also got some insight hopefully when we get Blake Cowell on next week, and when Dalton Cooper's back next week. I mean, this is incredibly just a crazy situation. And of course, it's going to be my Mamma Mia, because our Mamma Mia is an Italian segment. I got to talk about the Italian mafia. Then, of course, it's a Mamma Mia. Oh, my goodness. I will say Marcus Mack jumping in the chat, though, as well. I did just read this now. He said, great point, Blake. Mike has gone mysteriously missing. Blake had said, Italian mafia. Haven't heard from Mike in a while. Coincidence? No, guys. I'm just running things on the haunt side of things. So not to worry. I'm still here. They haven't caught me yet. I am not a part of this. So don't come looking for me. I don't know nothing about nobody, okay? So, man, oh man. More news we will bring to you next week, as I hopefully get a working laptop by then. And also, hopefully, have a little bit more information revolving these incidences. And we can get some opinions in here from our co-hosts, Dalton Cooper and Nick Johnson. Nick is probably most of our resident basketball guys, so I want to hear his opinion on how it's going to affect the league. I believe Nick will be working with the Windy City Bulls this season, and the Windy City Bulls, I believe they have started their season as well. If not, they're going to be starting in November. Let me actually just double check that. We've been so in our NHL and AHL world, myself and Dalton, that we're going to be jumping over to the Now Arena to cover the Windy City Bulls at some point soon this year. So, yeah, no games here in October, but they will play Wisconsin. I believe that's the Deer? Oh, Wisconsin Herd. Excuse me. I knew it had something to do with the Bucks, but the Wisconsin Herd at the Now Arena, November 8th, 2025 at 7 p.m. That'll be, of course, their home opener for the season. So we'll have more Windy City Bulls news coming for you shortly, just like we'll have some more Steel news coming to you shortly. The Chicago Steel started their season well before the AHL and NHL even got kicked off. So I know we ran down some scores beforehand of the Chicago Steel, but that was at the very start of the season, including some of those preseason games. They didn't do too well in the preseason, but they got 2 wins at that Dick's Sporting Goods USHL Fall Classic, which led them right into the regular season. They lose their home opener 5-3 to the Madison Capitals, but a comeback 4-3 shootout victory in Des Moines against the Buccaneers, followed by a 5-4 shootout win. Almost deja vu if it wasn't for one more goal on each side there the next night. So they do fall 2 games in a row to the Dubuque Fighting Saints. That was at Geneva. So still looking for their first home win, and hint, hint, they would eventually get it. But then Saturday, the 11th, an 11-4 victory for Dubuque. So the Chicago Steel fell once again. However, they picked things back up. They are currently on a 3-game win streak. They would go to Cedar Rapids to play the Rough Riders and get a 5-4 win. Then they would come home and finally get their win at home against the Madison Capitals, a 4-3 victory. And then their first victory that was not a 1-goal game or a shootout, a 4-2 victory over the Green Bay Gamblers yesterday. That was the Steel Spooktacular with a pregame trunk or treat. So that's when everybody parks out in the parking lot and you could go trick-or-treating to everybody's trunk. So that's pretty cool. So 7-3 on the season. 7-3-0-0. 700 win percentage. They're 3-3 in the conference, which puts them at 500. And they're currently streaking just like the rest of our Chicago teams here. Guys, tell me, who do you want to see in the playoffs most? Of course, you've got the Bears. Yes, please, finally some playoff football. Or you've got the Blackhawks. Can they finally find that bubble spot? We're already seeing the Chicago Fire in the playoffs. Get on out there to SeatGeek on November 1st to see them play Game 2 against a very tough Philadelphia Union team. But also, I know it's only one game into the season, but the Bulls, man, the Bulls, and we'll be talking Ice Hogs and Wolves. There should be playoffs involved towards the end of the season there. This has been On the Rise. Thank you to Dalton Cooper for joining me. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN. I am Mike Napolitano, and stay spooky, everyone.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Donna Warder reports on a deadly weekend party in North Carolina.
The sheriff in Robeson County, North Carolina, says 13 people were shot at a large weekend party near Maxton in the southeastern part of the state. 2 of the 13 were killed. Authorities say more than 150 people fled the scene of the party when officers arrived, and they're asking anyone with information about what happened to contact sheriff's investigators. Authorities say no one has been arrested, but there is no current threat to the community, and the shooting appears to be an isolated incident. I'm Donna Warder.
President Trump and the Australian Prime Minister have signed a new critical minerals deal at the White House. Economist Steve Moore finds it somewhat surprising that the U.S. depends on other countries, including adversaries like China, for their critical minerals.
The United States has more of these minerals, the critical minerals, the precious minerals, the rare earths, than any other country in the world. We got them in Colorado. We got them in Utah. We got them in the Dakotas. We got them in California. We got them in West Virginia. Why aren't we? We haven't been mining in this country since Bill Clinton put moratoriums on mining, and we have put ourselves in this position.
That is Steve Moore with the Committee to Unleash Prosperity. He spoke this week with the Salem Radio Network. J.P. Morgan Chase wants out of paying a $115 million legal tab for 2 convicted fraudsters.
For nearly 3 years, J.P. Morgan Chase has picked up the legal tab of Charlie Javis and Olivier Amar, the 2 convicted fraudsters who sold their financial aid startup Frank to the bank. But the bank said in a court filing late Friday that the 2 have racked up an astronomical 9-figure legal bill that far exceeds any reasonable amount that the 2 may have needed for their defense. According to the filing, Javis' team of lawyers across 5 law firms have billed J.P. Morgan approximately $60.1 million in legal fees and expenses, while Amar's lawyers have billed the bank roughly $55.2 million in fees. Bernie Bennett reporting.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
This month, Pure Talk is supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat vets struggling with PTSD. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. Sure, I like the unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and you will too. But you will love being in business with a company that shares your values. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Canada's Prime Minister has announced that he wants to boost its non-U.S. exports.
In an evening address to Canadians aired by Canadian network Pool, Prime Minister Carney announced a new shift in the country's economic direction.
Our goal for Canada is to double our non-U.S. over the course of the next decade, generating more than $300 billion more in trade, and that's new orders for Canadian resources, technologies, and expertise.
President Trump has been threatening Canada's economy with tariffs. I'm Karen Shamas.
The leader of Canada's most populous province says he'll pull the anti-tariff ad that prompted President Trump to end trade talks with Canada. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says after speaking with the Prime Minister Carney, he's decided to pause the advertising campaign effective Monday so the trade talks can move forward. The ads will continue to run through the weekend. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. President Trump currently overseeing a significant renovation of the east wing of the White House, which includes the construction of a new ballroom. Now, critics say they're upset with the president's renovations, but historian Victor Davis Hanson says this kind of thing has happened before.
Richard Nixon put in a bowling alley. Jerry Ford wanted a pool. He tore up the garden out there, put it there. I think it's still there. I've seen it. So presidents do this all the time, and FDR had a place where he could exercise. It became, I think, later the press club.
The primary reason for the renovation is to create a larger entertaining space. The current East Room can only hold about 200 people. The new ballroom aims to eliminate the need for large events to be held in a separate temporary tent area on the South Lawn. The president says, quote, "Me and some friends of mine will pay for the ballroom at no cost to taxpayers." More of these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fix Bennett's comrades, this is Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid, coming at you every Saturday, noon until 2 here on WRMN 1410 AM. You can stream us on WRMN1410.com, or you could follow us on the YouTube live channel for WRMN 1410 out of Elgin. Studio number here is 847-931-1410, and the text number is 505-926-1410. Let's get some more text in there. So, Paul, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I mean, how's the shutdown affecting you so far?
Not at all.
Yeah, not me either. I'm like...
But I'm sure some people are being adversely affected, but not me at all.
Yeah. So, other than the shutdown, I guess the biggest thing in the news is is the remodeling of the White House, like a remodeling of one room, and I don't even want to get into that because this is something that everyone that moves into a new apartment or a new house or something does a little bit of, and almost every president has thrown his own touch onto the White House. So if that's the worst thing they could pick up going on in the news, I think things are going pretty good.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
So what I want to talk about is, because this is a veterans, started out as a veterans show, and a shout out to all my veteran buddies at the Dunkin' Donuts Veterans over on Dempster and Niles every Tuesday. 9 to whenever it's over. Usually they're done by 10:30, but guys get there like 7 o'clock and they start commiserating and having some donuts and coffee. So it's good time, and a lot of information is put out there. A lot of information, the veterans information. And the main thing is, you know, the guys that run the place, Carlos and Roger, the guys that run the show there, they stress like every veteran should register with the VA. Not a lot of them do. Not all of them do. There's a considerable amount of veterans that haven't done it. And so I wanted to talk about registering with the VA, but not just registering with the VA, applying for any benefits you think you might be entitled to. So, Paul, last year there was a big push to pass a bill in the state of Illinois to prevent what we call claim sharks.
Yeah, predatory guys.
Yeah, there's predatory guys out there. So the key thing is you don't need anybody. You don't need an attorney. You don't need a public defender. You don't need anybody except for yourself to apply for these claims. And of course, the VA, you're going to apply them to the VA. But before I mess up and say something dumb, all right, and people might misinterpret, I'm going to read the disclaimer. The information on this show is for informational purposes only and should not be considered as legal advice on any subject matter. The views put forward on this show are the opinions of the hosts, Michael Tuman, Paul Burvin, and their guests, callers, and not necessarily those of WRMN 1410 AM. Good, I got that out of the way. Everything seems complicated. Now, I think it's no more complicated than doing your taxes. Especially if you got slightly, you got a few investments here, you have a few deductions there, you got to itemize because you don't just take your general deduction. And once you read the instructions and plug in the numbers and get it all there and have your receipts, your W-2s, your pay stubs and everything lined up, it's really not that difficult. Well, for me, but it is intimidating because everyone says how complicated it is. And then you get it into your brain that it's really complicated and that it's really difficult to do. And your brain twists and you get the anxiety on it and you say, well, I don't even want to mess with that. It's not worth it. But it is worth it. So the claim sharks, these are guys, these are companies, and it's not against the law to be a claim shark in Illinois. It isn't. It is not. You could be a claim shark. The only stipulation they put on it is that if you're an organization that charges to help people apply for VA benefits, you have to tell the client that there are people out there, veteran service officers, claim agents, and other like pro bono attorneys that do this for free, that do it for free. They don't charge anything. They do it for free, mostly the veteran service officers, the VSOs. And they're all accredited by the VA to help you do that. In order to do this, you have to be accredited by the VA. People could go in and hire these guys out, but they're not putting their name on anything. You put your own name on it, and these guys kind of keep off of it, but you sign a side agreement that if you get a percentage and a cash payment, that they're going to take a certain percentage of that for helping you. The trouble is when it gets up to like 25%, and they do that for the life, it's not one flat fee. They're predatory. So now they're getting, $1,000 a month for the rest of your life, and you're only getting like, if you're at 100%, you're only getting like $2,900. So if you if you're an agency that puts together like 100 of those guys and you're getting $100,000 a month, literally for just filling out paperwork, it seems like a pretty good scam. So you did some research on this, right?
In the past, yeah. It's kind of a sliding scale. I think we talked about this in relation to a friend of mine that went to Social Security. Okay, and I know they're two different things, but just to let you know, this friend of mine had he got sick. He got really very sick, and we worked for the state, and you were entitled to both duty and non-duty disability, and his sickness was considered to be non-duty disability. So in essence, you get half your pay, okay? And they give it to you, but they make you jump through all kinds of hoops, okay? And he couldn't work. He really couldn't work. So, but they have, it's kind of like a scam, okay? They make you apply for Social Security, okay? And there's an ulterior purpose for that. Because when you get it, then they reduce all future claims till they've been paid back until you retire. Okay. Now, we had some friends that were aligned with the old 3rd Congressional District. And we went down there and we met with, at the time it was Congressman Lipinski's people, and they were very helpful. Okay. And they said, they used to do this, like you're saying, for free. But the Social Security Administration came down on them. So they were recommending this guy. And the guy they recommended was a guy named Mr. Miller. And not a plug here, but Mr. Miller's a great guy. And if anybody's having Social Security issues, I would go see him. He's not a lawyer, okay, but he is familiar with this. So like you said, you sign an agreement with the individual, okay, and they're entitled to a flat fee, okay, which they were, okay. And the way that Social Security did it, they played a game with them. They gave them disability for X date until the date of the decision. Okay. So that meant he got some back pay for his children and everything. But we had to then pay back the state. Now, that does nothing about going forward because he still could not work. So we had two choices: to file an appeal, which could change the original verdict, or again, going forward forever. So that's what we chose to do, go forward forever. And we had another hearing, and we went forward, and we got a different judge, and then they granted it, okay? And again, the state came after us. Now, I argued, we paid him once, it's res judicata, no more. And the people at the hearing were crying, and they all agreed they had never had, but they still charged him. So then for an X amount of years, he got reduced state benefits until the second batch was paid until his a normal retirement would be. But, he went to this private individual, and I have a feeling that had we done this ourselves, we would have not been successful. Now, the thing is that it was limited in scope, and the weird thing is the state gave him credit for paying the private individual. So they didn't take that as back pay because they would have had to do it and they wouldn't do it. So what happened was the state ended up subsidizing the guy we hired, which is really kind of strange. But whenever you set up an administrative system like that, you run the risk of having these different levels, or like we're saying, sharks, predatory people, and you don't know sometimes what's the best. Because I know that when we went to those hearings, they go all out to try to bar you from getting something. I mean, they knew he went to Canada on a fishing trip with his son for the son's graduation. They were trying to argue if you could go to Canada, you could drive a truck, or if you could do this. And then I had to bring things up with like, he'd go to the gas station, he'd fill up a 5-gallon tank for his lawnmower, and he'd leave the gas there and drive away. So how could you be a school bus driver if it's winter time and you pull the bus in and you forget to check to see if a kid's on the bus and freezing? Or if you are a courier and you misdeliver $1 million in bearer bonds. It's not that simple. And then because of Mr. Miller and my testimony, he was able to do this, but and get it. But it's a sword that cuts both ways, because as Roosevelt said, unless you're in the arena, you don't know what it's like. And like you're saying, I think it should be mandatory that these states offer these programs for these veterans with these claims, and that it be a state individual that guide them. But
they do.
You know,
the Veterans Administration in the state of Illinois has veteran service officers.
Right, but I think it should be mandatory. I think one should be assigned to each case.
Yeah, but in the VA rules, that's their choice. You know,
yeah, I know.
It's your choice. And some people don't like doing it because you're in essence granting the VSO some sort of power of attorney over your medical records and stuff that gets switched in.
Yeah.
And there are people, but that's their choice. But there are,
you're exactly right.
Like the American Legion, the VFW, even the Polish Legion of American Veterans have veteran service officers that they pay. Like they're paying it out of our dues, right? They pay for these veteran service officers, that's their full-time job. And the great thing they have, I got a zombie, they have this thing out here, Nightmare on Chicago, and I got a zombie out on the window there. So I wish you could have turned the camera on. Anyways, so they put that, but there's not really enough of them. Currently, Cook County is trying to hire more because we got a very dense population of veterans there in Cook County. We're trying to hire more so these veterans can apply for that. The key thing is that these veteran service officers get training and they get experience and they see what works and what doesn't work and wordsmithing and what you need for certain levels, like hearing loss is a big one. Almost everyone in the service gets hearing loss because you're on muffled trucks. You're firing weapons, you're listening to radios, everything's pretty loud there. So most everyone has some sort of hearing loss. So if you claim a disability on that, you have to be able to verbalize that. One of the mistakes I made, and I didn't use a veteran service officer because for me, these forms were not very intimidating. But I went to talk to a guy this is a guy that they contracted out, a doctor, they contracted out to evaluate your claim, like how sick are you and everything. Dude started practicing medicine in 1957. 1957. So I'm there in 2000, like 2020, right, 21. I'm like, my God, this guy's been practicing for 63 years. He's still alive. I'm like, what sort of a doctor is he where he's still working? And he's in like some back medical office. It was really weird. And he was going over my records, right, the day that I was there. You could tell that he hadn't read them. And I had 38 years in the service with medical records. So he's just glancing this stuff. And he asks me one key question, right? He says, how many days of work did you miss last month because of asthma? And I said, I'm retired. That was I should have said all of them. I didn't have to caveat it with I'm retired, but he was basing it on how much work I missed. I mean, maybe he didn't understand that some of us could retire younger than 90 years old.
Right.
All right. So the key, the takeaway on this is they have reviewers, and the big complaint about the VA is that they're hiring the raters, the people that read your application. So your application gets put in, then they send you off to be evaluated, sometimes by VA doctors, sometimes by contractors. All right.
Yes.
And you get evaluated, and those people evaluating send in your report. And then the raters look at it. Now, these raters are barely trained. Some of them don't have military experience. None of them, they don't have medical experience. They've got a checklist. They're looking for keywords and things, and they're going to say whether you got a rating, at what level. I mean, it's all very objective. For these raters, they're not subjective. They're very objective. They look at their checklist. If you make it or whatever, then they award you whatever they can. So if you have a VSO and he knows this, and he's played the game with these guys, he knows what to put in to your application to make sure that they see it and that it's rated at a certain level. It's kind of funny that way. Now, if they don't give you a disability rating or anything, you could always appeal that. And there's multiple levels of appeal with the VA. At the some guys, the Agent Orange guys, the Gulf War guys, they were going all the way up to like having lawyers, and this is at the VA facility, and they had to go and testify in Virginia, and
right.
Finally it gets overturned, and they say, yeah, you got a disability for that. So, but the thing that people don't, I think one of the key things they don't understand, and there's a big, even amongst reservists and National Guard guys. So back during the Cold War days, we didn't have a lot of reservists being deployed between Vietnam, or National Guard guys, between Vietnam and Desert Storm. And these guys did their 6 years in the reserves, and they did basic training. They went to their skill training. And then all they were doing was weekends, 1 weekend and then 2 weeks during the summer. Maybe they did it at their armory, or maybe they did it at some camp, or even a fort. But that's all they ever did. And when they finished their term of service, they only get a certificate of service. They don't get a 214, a DD 214 for that, which is a discharge form. It's the most important document that you'll ever get in the military, a DD 214, Department of Defense Form 214. And but you could still apply for VA benefits because it includes what they call inactive duty service. So one of the things, like Joliet training area, right? I was down there. Do you know that place tested like unbelievable levels of radium?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And we're all down there. We're like in the wet site over there, in the woods, in the scrub grass. They have a drop zone over there for parachutists, and you're in there. You're out there for a weekend, and you're just absorbing all this toxic goodness. You're just absorbing it, and maybe you get a what they call presumptive condition, right? So, like with the burn pits, like asthma is a presumptive condition for the burn pits, you know. So they go, oh, well, we have to assume that you got that on training because you documented that you were there and that you got this asthma, and that's what they would know, the VSOs. So it's not just if you're active duty or inactive duty, the reserves and National Guard, if you had a condition before you got into the military, but it got worse, that counts. If you got a condition that while you're in the military, it counts. If you got a condition within a year of coming back, getting out of the military, that counts. And like, I got that within a year. I got like near-death pneumonia and within a year of coming back from Afghanistan. And the doctor listed it as exercise-induced asthma.
Wow.
All right, so we'll be back.
Okay.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo November Echo Tango.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
Tune in to Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
You'll have sports thoughts from the center ring of Chicagoland and to the outer rings from across the nation.
Weather from Chicago Cubs,
White Sox, Bulls,
Bears,
Blackhawks, Stars,
Fire,
Boomers,
whatever the national story is of the day. Geyer and his sports czar takes will either have you nodding in agreement,
yelling at the radio,
or in all honesty,
a bit of both. With the way the Chicagoland sports and sports are in general, there's bound to be
thrills,
chills, and
oh my God moments.
So get your snacks and libations ready,
because this is going to be a wild ride.
Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer's quirky and insightful Fanatics take will make you feel a little
or a lot better about your Chicagoland sports viewing experiences.
Tune in to Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m.
to 8 p.m.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel. Fix Badettes, comrades, we're back with the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt every Saturday, noon until 2, and WRMN 1410 AM, which you know because you're here, you're listening. So if you can't look at your card dial on the radio, you're on 1410 AM. Or you're streaming it on WRMN1410.com, which is kind of the best way, although you're kind of chewing up gigabytes on your phone. But I have unlimited, so chew up the gigabytes. Or you could be right here on YouTube Live, where me and Paul, you could see us. We're on the cameras, and you could call us in at 847-931-1410. You could hit us up in the chat on the YouTube Live channel, or you could just text us at 8505. You think I would have it memorized? 505-926-1410. I guess that's a penguin that just keeps jumping off the iceberg. That's an analogy, Paul. There's human memory is like a giant iceberg with a couple penguins on it. It starts out with a couple penguins on it, and it's a giant iceberg. And the penguins are your memories, and the iceberg is your brain capacity. And so as you develop more memories, more and more penguins get on the iceberg. And then, but slowly as you get older, the iceberg starts melting, and you start losing penguins.
Good one. That's a good one.
I'm losing these penguins at an astounding rate. It's like they're in the Caribbean and they're getting blasted by a destroyer. Okay, so what the point I was making before we left is, just because you were never on active duty, guys say, "Oh, I was just reserve and National Guard." No, that you're a veteran, counts as being a veteran, all right? And you could apply for disability, because a lot of these places and a lot of the training you did, a lot of Marines went and did their 2 weeks at Camp Lejeune, where they're stuck drinking that water and stuff. Marine reserves, right? And as a member of the Army Reserve, we went down to Camp Lejeune sometimes, right? So you can apply. You could also apply for these benefits. The kicker here is that if you have a bad conduct discharge, right, or you have a dishonorable discharge, which is the worst discharge you get there, is that they won't let you apply for benefits. However, there is a process to have your discharge upgraded. So the first step, if you're one of the unfortunate people that fell under that category, and recently there were hundreds of people that were dishonorably discharged from the service for refusing to take a medical shot. And they've been overturning those and clearing their record and clearing the dishonorable discharge and bringing them back into the service. And they're even paying them back pay and everything. But what I'm saying is, if you have a dishonorable discharge, there may have been extenuating circumstances that weren't known back then. There may have been people that lied about something and then they recanted, but it's too bad you got the discharge. So the first step there is to apply to have your discharge upgraded. And there's ways to do that. And a veteran service officer will help you with that also. It's not just for, they're not just for your benefits, although I think having a better discharge is kind of a benefit, but they'll help you with that. So now, you got your discharge upgraded, you're at a general or you're with that honorable discharge. But you don't have your 214. Your DD 214. Not that you're one of the reserve. So if you do more than 90 days of active duty in a row, they give you a DD 214, Department of Defense Form 214. And it shows your times of service, courses you went through, awards you've had, foreign service that you've had. It's a very general form on that. If you don't have that form, if you lost it, if it was for whatever, multiple reasons, and they tell you when they give it to you, this is the most important piece of paper you'll ever get. Don't lose it, but you're just so in a hurry to get out of there, So you can apply for it to get it back, and your 214. You could go through. You go through the National Archives. You go to the National Archives, and there's a form there to get your 214. If they don't have it, they might redirect you to your service. So I would go to Army. A Marine would go to the Department of the Navy. All right. A sailor would go Department of Navy. Air Force would go to Department of Air Force, and they said, "Hey, I need a copy of my 214. I lost it." And they're supposed to have it. And they get it to you. Now you got your 214, you got your discharge papers. You can even get your entire file. Back in the 80s, there was a fire and a lot of stuff was lost, but not everyone's. That was a little bit. So it would be kind of rare if your files were amongst those and you're still alive right now. So you get that, you get those forms, you're all set. You go to your VSO, and you got to gather up medical records. Like I said, it's like doing your taxes. You want to have your receipts there. You want to have your pay stubs there. You want to have your W-2s. You want everything lined up. Your 1099s. Well, every time you went to a doctor, what helps is if you were under medical insurance, you go to you use the same insurance company all the time. They should have a records for you. Get those medical records. Put together what you think your disability is, hearing loss, guys get older, they naturally lose their hearing, but I think veterans lose it at an accelerated rate. And one of the things is, a good set of hearing aids, right? Cost what, about $5,000? They're expensive. They're very expensive. But if you get a hearing loss rating from the VA, they'll give it to you for free, along with any disability payments you might get. And there's, like I said, you could have a condition. You might have, I'm trying to think of a good condition for this. You might have like IBS, right? Or something. You might have something, your stomach isn't good all the time. But you can join because you're good enough. And then over the time of being in the Army, deploying, getting weird food or all this stuff, it gets worse and worse and worse. So you may have had the thing before, like glasses, right? You get glasses and you have this prescription your whole life until you're like you're 18. And now you join the Army, and the flashbangs and the grease in your eyes, the gas in their eyes, the cordite, everything else, the big flashes, all that stuff, causes your vision to get even more blurry, and now you're progressively getting worse eyes, right? So you can have vision loss. But that was something you already had. You already wore glasses, and they said, well, you still wear glasses. You wore glasses before you came in, but it got worse. Or like I said, within, getting shot, that's a big one, right? Stitches, getting cut, breaking bones, concussions, all those things like happen when you're in. And then it could be like within a year of getting out. So I get out and they said, well, like me, I had near-death pneumonia. And that was within a year of getting out. Now, they're going to say, well, you got pneumonia not in the Army. You got pneumonia out on the streets of Chicago. Possible. But I would say those burn pits in Afghanistan were pretty much, conducive to it. It just took a while. It took a while for the damage to display itself. So those are the reasons you can apply for the disability there. Then there is a general disability, like service-related disability. You're going to get a payment on it. But there's a combat disability, all right? The combat-related. So you were in a hazardous duty or combat zone, and you get disability. So for me, collecting an Army pension, if my disability wasn't from a combat zone, right, they would deduct whatever I'm getting from the VA for disability off of my Army pension. I got that Amber Alert earlier. So we're going to put out an Amber Alert right now. Matt says you could have just, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a Amber Alert, Riverdale, Illinois. There's a 2010 silver Acura MDX, license plate FE60619. If seen, please call 911. Further information: 4 children were taken at about 1:30 a.m. in Riverdale at 136 and Low. So just wanted to put that information out there for you. Police are calling this a domestic incident.
I think they only do the Amber Alerts when they're family related. So yeah, I used to work out there in the that's
Altgeld Gardens area.
Yeah, Altgeld Gardens. Yeah, I'm thinking because there's another one over by the old 12th district. The 12th district we used to work in, that was the Obla Homes. Yeah, Altgeld Obla Homes. Yeah, so that's pretty close down there. 4 kids probably shouldn't be with the person they're with.
Let's hope they find them soon.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you. Say you were in the military and you got a discharge, and it was honorable discharge, and you went in subsequent to that again, and you got a discharge, but it wasn't an honorable discharge. Are you still able to get veterans benefits for the first discharge?
Oh, see, See, okay, so I'm going to make it. This is kind of like a legalese thing, right? So I'm not giving any advice. But I would take that to less than honorable discharge and never mention it again. I would go with the first one. However, they could check your records because you're going to give them. These are all on file. Your discharge is going to be all on file. You're going to have a service number. Used to be a social security number, then they issued a service number. So we go back to service numbers again. And yeah, they're going to be able to look and say, hey, hold on a second. That because was the nature of my service in the beginning, how to put this? I'm going to have to get back to you on that one, really, because I would just be, all right, so General Sinclair, he was the deputy commander of the 82nd Airborne Division. And he was moving up to be the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division. Only dude decided that he was going to have a little fling with a captain that worked for him, right? And this is, God knows how long it was going on. And he fought it. They court-martialed him. And he fought it, and he spent a lot of money, and he beat it. He actually beat it, So he got an honorable discharge, right? But then he applied for his pension. And the people at the Army board, right, said, in our estimation, you were having a bad a relationship with another service member, not what do you call it? It's not in the best interest of the Army, the best interest of discipline and morale of the Army, you know? So you shouldn't be doing it. And they said, the last time we can prove that you weren't doing it, or you could prove that you weren't doing it, was when you were a lieutenant colonel, because we think you were messing with these other women when you were a colonel. So they said, we only have to pay you your pension based on your last honorable service. And they considered his pension as honorable as lieutenant colonel. So he went from 2-star general down to lieutenant colonel pay. But he retired as a general. They didn't take the stars away from him, but they took the pay away from him. So that would be military law, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ, all right? That's different than Title 10 of the U.S. Code, because it falls under military justice, but the proof and everything, the level of proof is different. Right? So I would say that, okay, so you get other than honorable discharge, right? But your honorable service, right? Your honorable service, you do 3 years, right? And you get out, you get a 214. And then you get out, you can't find a job or whatever. You said, hey, the Army was okay, and you get back in. But under your first 3 years, let's say you got some pretty bad PTSD that didn't show itself, right? And now you come back and you're self-medicating, and you get 2 DUIs, and they give you an other than honorable discharge, or less than honorable discharge, right? Because 2 DUIs. So I would say, do you think that the PTSD that hadn't really shown itself under the first 3 years, but you got it, you're in combat zone, lots of things happened, everything there, and now did that have an effect on your second term of service?
It could have.
Yeah. So now you got to go to the Army Board of Corrections on that. So there are avenues to correct that. And remember, you talked about your friend who wasn't a lawyer there, Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
I had, I'm not going to mention names, but a colonel that I knew, right? And out of nowhere, he contacts me about an incident in Afghanistan. And I told him, I stopped him. I says, go get a lawyer, not a lawyer local from Chicago, like even the best lawyer downtown, big corporate firm. Go get the Army Times. Go get the Army Times magazine. Find the lawyers that work out of D.C. by the Pentagon, the military lawyers there. Get one of those guys. They're going to know exactly what to do. You need to protect your career right now. You just don't, don't do, don't go, you need, I told them flat out, you absolutely need a lawyer. You could do all this paperwork and everything and try to go through it, or you could get what they call a judge advocate general lawyer appointed to you by the military. That's true, right? But you could get a guy like, A Few Good Men, what's it?
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise guy, right? And,
yeah.
And, he's against the system and he's all for you and everything. And when you really think about it, though, are these guys for the military or are they for you? They're supposed to be for you. You swear an oath, right? public defender. You get your public defender, and you get the scum of the earth, and you know for a fact this guy's absolutely, he even admits to you that he's guilty. Right? Oh yeah, I did it. You know? You still got to provide the best defense you know how. Absolutely got to give your best defense to that guy, right?
Absolutely.
But, it's like, so at this point, I would go, when you are defending your career, your legacy, your pension, everything else, go get a guy that's going to fight for you, that's done this before. Same thing with veterans benefits. If you really need the veterans benefits, you're not just need it like an entitlement to you, right? You're entitled to them. And get the best VSO Go out, get a VSO. And if you get overturned, then go out and get a lawyer. But make sure that these guys are accredited by the VA, right? Because you want that guy to know that if he really messes you up, he's going to lose his accreditation, right? And you want to have some assurances that he's working for you and not for the VA. It's always a we versus them thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And you got to think of how to defend yourself. But some people have to go that far. Some people, it's like right away. My buddy, I told him, he told me about an injury he had. And I says, hey, have you registered with the VA? Because that happened on active duty. That's active duty stuff. You should get, you can have back problems. Your back problems could be caused by that. Other things could be caused by that injury you sustained. And finally, he applies with the VA, and he got disability. They're like, yeah, you're right. And boom, and he got some presumptive stuff because he worked in the motor pool. It's not a very clean environment in the motor pool. There's benzene all over the place. There's the solvents that you're using. There's the paint, the telly oil, everything. It's nasty. And then you're wondering why you can't run a block and a half because you've been sucking in these fumes because, the exhaust fan isn't working and the Corps of Engineers doesn't have time to do it until they're going to tear the building down. What I say, and reiterating here, step one, register with the VA. If you don't have your 214 or your documents, apply through the National Archives or your branch of service to get those. Then apply with the VA. All right. They're not going to give you, they probably won't give you medical benefits right away unless you're like, what do you call destitute. You don't have a lot of money. You don't have medical benefits, but you're a veteran and you might not even have a disability. They'll go, okay, you come to the VA hospital, at which time they, you got to pay for your co-pays for your medicine prescriptions and everything, and there's usually a co-pay for every visit you go to, it was only like $50, So you get the whole. Whenever I go and they give me the whole they were giving me the whole blood test, urine test, going through everything. You go in there, then they write me a prescription for the albuterol for the asthma, right? And I pay $5 for that, $50 for the $50 for the visit. Where else are you going to get that? And like the whole thing, they're like, oh well, you're almost toxic on vitamin D. Stay out of the sun, So if you're destitute, you don't have the insurance, and everything. This is it. If you got really good insurance, they might say, no, your insurance is too good. Go use a regular doctor. Don't crowd up the VA, right? Some people get the insurance through their work. But if you have any disability at all, if you're listed as disabled, then they're going to let you use the VA. And we got some more zombies. There all seem to be military zombies today. Yeah. We got ACU zombies. We got BDU zombies. All right, so ready for the next half of the show, Paul.
All right.
As soon as the... Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, November, Echo, Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
Their hardcore base.
And Thune says Democrat leaders are being swayed by the radicals in their own party. In fact, there are fears among some more slightly conservative Democrats that they could be primaried by leftists like AOC if they don't prove themselves to be sufficiently leftist. Economist Steve Moore with the Committee to Unleash Prosperity says there's a solution to the U.S. dependence on China and other countries for critical minerals.
We have far more of these minerals than China does. Why is it that today we're dependent on Beijing for our critical minerals, which are necessary for our manufacturing, our defense systems, our microchips? So the first thing we have to do, and this is something that our great Interior Secretary Doug Burgum wants to do, is not just drill, baby, drill, but mine, baby, mine.
President Trump and the Australian Prime Minister signed a critical minerals deal this week at the White House that will increase those imports from Australia. More from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Todd Nettleton, who is the Voice of the Martyrs radio host, he's traveled to all these restricted nations for over 20 years and met these courageous Christians, and he's written a book, When Faith is Forbidden, 40 Days on the Front Lines with Persecuted Christians. We want you to check it out. You can request a free copy by calling 844-463-4059, or you can visit vom.org/unashamed. Check it out. You will be inspired by this book.
The leader of Canada's most populous province says he'll pull the anti-tariff ad that prompted President Trump to end trade talks with Canada. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says after talking with the Prime Minister Mark Carney, he has decided to pause the advertising campaign until on Monday, so the trade talks can resume. The ads will continue to run over the weekend, including during the World Series games between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. The government has issued a mixed picture when it comes to inflation for last month.
The Labor Department says gas prices went up, rent cost cooled, growth appears steady, but hiring is slowed. The numbers show inflation has risen more slowly than many economists expected when President Trump imposed sweeping tariffs. Ed Donahue, Washington.
Investors applauded the news and drove the Dow up 472 points. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Somebody released thousands of minks being raised on a farm in Iowa.
Fencing was cut, pens and nest boxes were destroyed to release the mink, which are raised for their fur. By Friday morning, just over 60% of the mink had been recovered. Farmers say that the mink are not adapted to survival and tend to succumb to elements in the wild. There are about 2 such incidents of mink releases a year. The Animal Legal Defense Fund says that mink farms crowd animals in inhumane and unsanitary cages that can contribute to the spread of disease and are supporting legislation to end mink farming in the U.S. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Japan's new leader faces a series of back-to-back foreign policy tests with a meeting with U.S. President Trump in Tokyo. That will be sandwiched between Asia region summits in Malaysia and South Korea. You get more of these stories from townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Bob Agnew.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Fix bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show every Saturday, noon until 2 on WRMN, 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network out of Elgin, streaming on WRMN, 1410.com. Follow us on YouTube Live, the WRMN 1410 channel. Call us in at 847-931-1410 or fax us, text us. Who uses faxes anymore? 505-926-1410. And and don't forget cgr.cylink.net. So cgr.psylink.net. That's our webpage, and it should give you a link. On the links, it should link you to our YouTube live channel, our YouTube channel. It's not live, but I send the I upload the videos there, so they're all in one place, and they're pretty much in reverse chronological order. So the newest come up, and then all the old ones are back there. We got over a year of material. You know, that's probably close to about 75 hours.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, 3 days of working. You can, take a lot of caffeine, pry your eyeballs open, and watch them all. And take you 3 days. Which you'll never get back.
Listen, Paul, okay, I've stopped thinking that way. Like in traffic, when some guy stopped at the light checking his phone, or when you got the little old lady that's trying to write that check and you're stuck between people at the shopping, at the grocery store, and you're like, man, this time I'm never going to, all right, so you're like 96 years old, nothing works anymore, you're in excruciating pain, you can barely talk to anyone, you're strapped down in a bed, and all of a sudden, here comes God, right, and says, remember that time you thought you were never going to get back? Well, here it is. It's like, and you're sitting there, I lost that much time in my life. 4 years of high school. Oh, my God, that was time I'll never get back. Okay, so now I've got to say, kind of being a little serious here, but I know I'm going to tell you that I really don't believe it, and I'll tell you why. All right, I'll tell you why, but I still think we have to do it. You're not going to win the fight, but you got to go in anyways. You got to go do the fight anyways, even though you're going to lose. There's no way you're going to win, short of a complete miracle, right? But you're still going to do it because it's the right thing to do. You're backed into a corner. Fight like a rat when trapped in a corner, right? So the thing about veterans benefits is you would think that if they had to pay out, which they do, the veteran benefits aren't going to stop because of the shutdown. I think that's a separate fund, all right? It's already been funded, and they're going to continue to pay out these veteran benefits. But they don't pay enough out. There should be more people applying for the veteran benefits because the politicians and the public should be very wary when they start sending our guys overseas into these third world, not very safe, not very hygienic areas. They should say, hey, what's going to happen 5 years down the line from these guys? What are they bringing home with them? What sort of invasive things,
parasitic, things.
The Desert Storm Syndrome and everything. And before they send them all out, they should think of the cost. Are these two little countries worth, 10,000 of our guys coming back with the plague or having to get these shots that are going to mess them up? Is it worth it? And to have them think that out and do like a cost benefit ratio, right? Is it worth it?
Right, exactly.
Unfortunately, after you think of the politicians and you look at them and you go, they don't care. They don't care. They absolutely don't care. Kick it down the road. Oh, by the time we have to pay those benefits out, I'll be dead. I'll be reelected already. I got 6 years. I've got 6 years. By the time I'm done with my second term in the Senate, they'll forget all about it. But you still got to fight. And the best way to fight is just apply for the benefits. Apply for the VA. Make it very expensive for them. When, the wars are expensive. Yes, we spend more money and increases inflation, right? But you know what? Make them spend the money. Make them fund the VA more. That's a good way to spend the money because it goes to the soldiers. And the soldiers, they got to trickle down the Reagan economy there. But, unfortunately, really, they don't care. They know that they're putting you over a toxic waste dump. They don't care. Oh, you shouldn't really have that there. They don't care. Because they didn't have to do it. A lot of people said, oh, you shouldn't do that. They're like, nah, my buddy's going to make a lot of money dumping gravel on that thing. They'll be fine. Except the gravel pushes down on the stuff oozes back through. Dump more gravel on it. So I encourage everyone to apply for benefits. Same thing with Social Security, right? So they stole that money off of us. They constantly steal the money off of us. That came out of our taxes, right? So I was listening to one of our competitors yesterday to see what not to do on the radio. You know? So he's a screamer. He's on 560 in the afternoons. But he's a big screamer. But he did have a lady on there that really wrote a couple books that were very anti-FDR. Very anti-FDR. And one of the things that FDR was definitely pushing for the Social Security. And they've been collecting Social Security taxes from us for forever.
About 90 years.
Yeah. And people weren't collecting what they had paid in if you count for simple interest, right? People weren't collecting that. So that money was building up. But then you had this big chunk of money there. And all of a sudden, you get all these politicians drooling because, oh, I could spend that well, or we'll pay it back with interest, or, we'll borrow it. And then they're like, they forgive their own loans that they took from Social Security. But the worst thing is when you have someone that pays in and they get sick, and then they make you jump through hoops to get that money. And then you see generations of families that their entire cottage industry of the whole family is collecting SSI disability. The kids get it from birth almost. An entire asthmatic family of 8 kids. So they're all getting Social Security disability. Mama's collecting it, right? And guess what? Mama never worked. She never paid in. Her mother never worked. They never paid in. They can't trace a dime where these families have paid into it, but they're collecting it because the money's there, and it's just another form of welfare. But now they say, the big scrape, we're going to run out of money. We can't pay out. We got to reduce Social Security. They keep threatening, this guy's going to eliminate it, that guy's going to eliminate it. You know what? If you just take all the fraud, waste, and abuse out of it, like all the illegal aliens collecting, all the money, people overseas that aren't even U.S. citizens are collecting, right? You take that all out and you start putting it back into the general fund and you have that simple interest and you don't have to worry about it anymore, do you?
No, not at all.
No. So, but they don't care. By the time it runs out of money, I already got elected. I got another 6 years or what? And I don't think Congress doesn't pay into Social Security from their paychecks, do they?
No.
I'd like to know if they eliminated themselves from that. But applying for, if you're entitled to those benefits, you paid in. Now I'm collecting, I should get my first check November 1st.
Congratulations.
Yeah, because I'm collecting at 62, which is the youngest I could do, right? Because I plan on living to 130, so I'm going to suck that money out of Social Security all the way till then. 58 years. No, wait, 68 years. Collect 68 years worth of it. More than I paid in when I was alive. But I was paying in since 14. So, did you ever consider going into private practice after you worked with your buddy there to try to help other people with the Social Security stuff?
No. I'm glad I'm not doing that. We worked for that charity for a while, and that was kind of fun, and I felt we were doing some things with that. But no, I don't have any interest in doing that kind of stuff anymore.
See, I don't want to be a veteran service officer, a VSO. I think I could do a good job. I mean, I got all the experience, a lot of experience, working in the veterans organizations, especially the American Legion, and 38 years in the service, being all over, working everywhere else. I know things and everything, but to me, that's like a job, and I'm broken for work.
Yeah, I feel the same way, actually.
But I'm encouraging people to go find their VSO. So I'm sputtering out right now, Paul. I'm sputtering out. Oh, okay. So forms, right? We had a little discussion at Dunkin' Donuts Veterans, and there's a the DD 214, Department of Defense 214, most important form. If there is a mistake on your 214, like they got your birth date, they spelled your name wrong, they got the time that you were overseas wrong, and you got the paperwork to prove that, you send it in to your branch. So the Army, I would send it into the Army, and I would say, I need this 214 corrected because here's the actual time that I was overseas during that time period. Here's my orders getting there. And then they issue a 215, which is in addition to, it's a correction to the original 214. It's in addition to. Now, if you have so much stuff listed on your 214 that it can't, there's only a little box, right? And you can't fit in that box, there is a 214, used to call 214C, but I think it's called a 214-1 now, and that's a continuation sheet. All right, a continuation sheet for your 214. So it goes and lists all my awards and some of the courses that I took when I was on active duty there. So it goes on my 214C, but now it's the -1. Then you have a DD 220, which is for active duty less than 90 days. And it's not a 214, but it's less than 90 days. So it says, like, let's say you went on, you had to go to a 12-week school, and that's only 84 days, you know. And so they'll give you a DD 220, kind of like a 214. So that helps. And then there's a National Guard Form 32. Pretty sure about that one. And that's like you retire from the National Guard, or you get out of the National Guard after 6 or 8 years or 12 years or 10 years of service. And it's like a 214, but it's issued by the Guard Bureau, officiated by your state. So those are all important documents that you could throw all together to help with your disability or registering at the VA to show all of your active duty, along with the orders. Not that I'm a hoarder, but I did hoard all my Army documents. And I put together my big book of orders after 38 years. It's like 300 pages. Put one copy of all my orders, front and back, into document protectors into a 3-ring binder. And I also scanned them in. So I have them in a digital format. And my buddy was looking for the address of a unit they were in, the 305th SIAP Battalion. Doesn't exist anymore. It's currently the 16th SIAP Battalion. And this kind of goes to show you the raiders at the VA that are reviewing this paperwork. They bounced it back to them because the 305th SIAP Battalion doesn't exist anymore. There is no address for it currently, right? So I gave them the old address, which isn't there. That's O'Hare Military. They tore it down. Then Arlington Heights, the building that was in there, is gone. But then they changed to the 16th, and they moved up to Fort Sheridan. So I gave him that address. And I was able to do that because I had all the orders, because he was in the unit before I was, but, you know, I was able to match those things. And then they asked for phone numbers. I'm like, you want a phone number from 38 years ago? Yeah, okay. I says, just put in 555-1212. Yeah, did you get that one?
I did.
Yeah, for people.
All the phone numbers on the TV shows.
Well, no, 555-1212 is what 411 used to be.
Yeah.
So you call that and ask, hey, can I get the phone number for, you know, Joe Schmidt? And they're like, yeah, which one? Yeah. That's so gathering up all your records, keeping good, it's a good, let's say, here's a good thing, right? If you haven't applied for the VA or VA benefits yet, which can include, a mortgage, right? A VA guaranteed mortgage. So they, if you don't have great credit or anything, you could still get a VA guaranteed mortgage, but you need the paperwork, the 214s and everything to show that you were in the service, So as you apply for your VA benefits, it's a good time to get all your military records together, to put them together in one place, get a notebook, put them in there, and then scan them in and have them on your thumb drive or email them to yourself. That's a good way, although I would have a more secure email, That way, if you can, put it on your phone. If someone says, hey, you got a 214, go, here it is on my phone. I could text it to you. You could print it out. This throws me back to another thing. One of the best courses I took in the military, and I took this one at the Pentagon and before, was called knowledge management. It's like being a librarian, all right? How to organize your knowledge and people constantly reinvent the wheel, right? You come into a job, and if no one's left notes on this is the way you do it and everything, you're learning on the fly again. And you're making the same mistakes over that this guy made, but because he left in a huff or he died and you got to fill in his place, right? He didn't leave anything to help you with that. You had no... when you became the state's attorney, did anyone show you the ropes?
Sometimes, but not really. A lot of the stuff, you have to figure it out yourself.
Yeah, and someone already figured it out. Right?
Yeah.
So the Army was saying, hey, we get these guys.
That's actually what I used to do. I used to take the new people, and I give them a pile of stuff, and I'd say, here's what you have to do if you have this kind of thing. Here's what you have to do if you have that kind of thing. It's in here. I made a little a journal which they passed around in the unit, and it told you how to do stuff. And so at least I said, if I'm gone or when I'm gone, you guys know exactly what's going on.
So we had our chief of staff at the brigade tell all these junior lieutenants and junior captains that he wanted them to write the SOP, the standard operating procedure for our brigade. Right? And I'm like, Chief Warrant Officer 5 there, I'm like, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're writing the SOP for the brigade. I says, really? Because that SOP's already been written by the active duty brigade, which we are exact copy of, only is in the reserves. All right? We got a sister brigade right there at Fort Lewis. I says, watch this. And I take them to the computer, and we go to the Army's website, the training website, and I pull it up. I pull everything up. I says, it's right there. Here it is. It's already written. You do not have the authority to write an SOP for this brigade. That goes all the way up to the top, and it's approved on the highest level. Like a 4-star has to sign off on this stuff. And you're going to write it. You should read it and understand it. You shouldn't write your own thing because you're learning wrong. You're going to make mistakes that were already said. And I got in trouble. Because this lieutenant colonel calls me in. He's chewing me out because I wanted them to learn by doing. And I told him, I says, well, they're going to learn wrong, and you don't know what you're doing if you're telling them to do that. All right? You should have showed him where this stuff, you should have known that he didn't even know it existed. Because he never was in command of a battalion, or actual battalion or company or something. He was one of these guys that moved up to MI world and they have little cubby holes for MI. And he moved up his grades in there and never did any, I'm venting. But yeah, you get guys like that are high up that don't even know the thing. They don't even know it. And they get upset at you. But you're actually saving the Army. You know, if you make a massive mistake in military intelligence and everything, you cause problems. You can have leakage of intelligence. I'm just getting started on that. So, yeah, knowledge management was a great course because it taught you that, you know, to take this stuff and to make sure it's ready for the next generation.
True. Yeah.
That if everyone died, right? If everyone died, they could just pick up your information there and go, oh, like your SOP, and say, oh, this is what you do. Or where do I find the SOP? Well, it's right. Here's how you find it. You know, they have it right there, and they could just continue on. If you leave in a snit and take it, these contractors, right? They were kind of snitty, right? And they said they wouldn't give me their information. They go, oh, that's proprietary for our company. So I went to the S6 and I went to the colonel and I says, hey, I'm going to go to the G6. And I says, I want these guys' computers cloned when they're on the network because that's our work. We own it. We're paying them. We own it. And they're not uploading it to our shared drive like they should. So we cloned their computers. All right, be back in a half an hour. Maybe I'll just tell war stories.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by Member's Choice. This institution is not federally insured.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Fixed bayonets, comrades, we're back with the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show. And this is more of a veteran shout-out show today because we're talking about disability and Social Security and the VA pension and VA benefits. There's other benefits out there for the VA, you know, like I said, the education, everything else. And I can't stress how much every service member out there should absolutely register with the VA. And, you know, if you want to do something for fellow veterans, go register with the VA. I'm not saying join the Legion or join the VFW or join the Special Forces Association or join the Polish Legion of American Veterans or, you know, any of the multiple groups that are out there for veterans. I'm saying register with the VA because when, you know, when we're all the same is we should all be registered with the VA. And that's going to take, you might not need the disability money. You might not need the medical coverage. You might not need the education benefits. But if you're not using them, the government's still, if you're registered, the government's going to budget for that. And if you don't use them, they're going to have more budget to help other people have better help for your fellow veterans that may need it. So, any more war stories about disability claims?
Well, you know, I've known people that I have a friend who's got eye problems, and you know, if you apply for disability, you're supposed to get benefits, and again, they a lot of times they make you go to, like you said, they make you go to their own doctor, and the doctor's not really there to treat you. Okay, he's just there to help them, you know, dismiss the claim. You know, and when I tell people, I said, hey, you know, when you're filling this stuff out, and the biggest problem you could have when you're doing this stuff is they ask you how you're doing. And if you say, I'm doing better every day.
Oh, they use that against you.
Yeah,
like I said, how many days of work did you miss last month? And I told
haven't worked at all. I couldn't work at all.
Yeah, I should have said I haven't worked at all, but I said I'm retired. So none. You know?
And they have this tremendous like log, and they know like he went to all these doctors, and you know they said he reports he's doing well, he reports he's doing this, and you know I'm not trying to be funny, you know, the guy would like literally go to the bathroom all the time, So he told somebody that, I can get away with it by not eating. So then they say, okay, so he doesn't have to eat before he goes into work. Well, you can't do that. You could pass out at work. And, they'll write reports that he's able to not eat and then he could do his work. And then, you find out, and I didn't know this, like, if you, there's magic, like you said, there's magic terms you could use and stuff like that. If you can't, if you have to take more than like 4 breaks a day to go to the bathroom, no employer will keep you. So they'll fire you. So they know that. So, you have to tell them, I have to go to the bathroom constantly. And they go, well, what do you mean? 2, 3, 4 times an hour, and that's one of the issues. Like, excuse me, if you have IBS, you might be going to the bathroom 15, 18, 20 times a day. All right. And a lot of it's when you're at work, if you're gone, can't answer the phone, can't deal with people. I mean, you need to let them know that and not say, well, that's embarrassing or this or that. You need to just be flat up and say, look, I go to the bathroom a lot. I don't want to go to the bathroom, but I have to go to the bathroom. And then, that all has to be in your record, because they'll just say, well, you could wear a diaper. That's another thing they'll tell you. You could wear a diaper, or you could wear this, or you could wear that. And one of the big things is, I found out with the Social Security is, they like to say that you can fold a towel somewhere, like you can work at a gym. And I said to them, I go, okay, well, if the dude in front of you has hepatitis and you're folding the towel and you make a mistake and you fold the used towel up and you give it to a new guy and throw the good towel that wasn't, and then they can't answer that. Oh, he's got a contagious disease or whatever, and he can't separate them, or he can't do this, and you have to be able to think of that, because they're always looking to lull you into this thing where, well, what would it take? Like you said, what would it take for you to be able to work every day? A new job, because I'm retired. I mean. It's crazy, but they bring a guy in our case, they brought him in from like the Quad Cities, and he would sit there and he would look down and he would say, there's this job category that's available in Elgin, or that and he would look down. So then I would look at him in response. I go, well, again, why would I want him to drive a bus when my kid's on it in the winter when he forgets everything? And then I go, and then the guy looks down and looks away, and then the judge will say, well, he brings up a valid point. Have you accounted for that? Well, that wasn't in the record. Or that wasn't, so you need to, be aware of all that stuff, because they're always trying to minimize your problem, but maximize.
It's an adversarial position for some people. It seems that there's other groups of people that it's like it's expected. They go in, boom, no problem. There you go. Can't work, no problem. Here you go, SSI disability. There you go. The funny thing was, it was like...
Well, what my friend pointed out was, when he first started out as a lawyer, he worked for one of those Social Security firms, right? And he pointed out to them that there's some people that get SSI disability right when they turn 18 because they're an alcoholic and they never work a day in their life.
They called it. I loved it in the ghetto. When I was working as the police, they called it. This is my favorite. organic substance dependency.
Exactly.
They don't say dope. They say organic substance, heroin, cocaine, dependency. And then they pay them disability. Hey, but you know what they're not telling them? Well, you go to rehab.
Right.
And then you get a job. You know, that's not permanent. But
they'd rather pay
here's the
organic substance disability forever than get them back on the path of being a productive citizen and bettering themselves.
They had the old people's homes in Chicago, the CTA, for retirees. You know, you had to be 55 plus to be in these homes. And the ACLU goes and sues them because they said these are people that are, well, they had to be like 62 plus. They had to be on Social Security to get into it. They had to be Social Security age. ACLU says, Susan says, well, you got all these guys here, these homeless guys on SSI disability because they're heroin junkies, right? Or they're hooked to cocaine. You have to give them a room in those, if there's a room available, because they're on Social Security. You need to give them one of those rooms. I says, well, good. You're putting the prey right next to the predators. That's good. Good thinking there. Because they don't care because they're doing the letter of the law and they're just messing with everything. It's like, but yeah, that whole, it's like like I said, it's just a way, it's just a welfare payment, all right? It's just a welfare payment that they just using it as a slush fund for welfare, because a lot of these people they can work. They just don't want to get up at 5 a.m. and go to the day labor place. But getting back to that, right? So, like, look at this. You've gone to school your whole life. You've studied. You've got a Juris Doctorate degree. You worked as an intern somewhere, right? You don't have a criminal record, right? You work at this job as a lawyer and everything, and then you go blind, you can't read the papers, you got like IBS, you know, things are just bad with you, like you really can't leave your house. Or you suddenly get such anxiety that you can't leave your house. And then you got some goof there that's got a GED, right? That got the job because, you know, they were right place, right time, or they got hired, right? Working for Social Security, and they tell you could fold towels somewhere.
Exactly.
Hey.
Exactly. It's ridiculous.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you fold towels and I'll do your job?
Right.
How about that?
Right. Exactly.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, what? So it's one thing. Gee, you know, it gets me. Because you put all this effort and you fall on hard times and your cushion isn't there. You got to fight for it. But there's this other group, you know, that the cushion is, they've never known anything but the cushion. They've never had to do anything else. And it's generational too. And once you get into that generation, it's just expected. It's just expected. They use the same terms and everything. It's almost like I know a person that applied for TSA, to work for the TSA, because it was a job and it didn't require a lot of effort, right? You just show up at the job and yell at people for having a watch in their pocket or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And they wouldn't hire them. TSA wouldn't hire them because they had an IQ in triple digits. You know, they had a work ethic. They could dress themselves. They're like, bop, bop, bop. This job is for people that can't do that. Now, that's like a violation of your civil rights. Maybe I want to do TSA. Maybe that's what, even though I've got a 183 IQ, a strong work ethic, I know how to dress myself, I'm well-groomed and everything, and I'm polite to people. Maybe I want to work the TSA. I'll never get hired because they'll find a reason.
It's kind of interesting because this was toward the end of my career. My dad was still pretty well, and I knew I was going to be retiring soon. And I had applied for a job as an investigator at an insurance company. I'm not going to name them. And here was the requirement. The requirement was that you had to be a lawyer, you had to be a private detective, and you had to speak Spanish. Okay, that was the 3 requirements for this. And it was a Illinois-based company. Okay. So I don't speak Spanish a lot, but I speak Spanish. I was a lawyer. I was a private detective. And what was interesting was I had recently done a case where I had gotten them like an incredible amount of money in restitution, like $400,000, and I delivered it to them, right? So anyway, about 3 months later, I see this ad. And I apply for the job, and I find out I don't get the job, and the woman calls me and she says, well, we gave the job to somebody else. I go, yeah. Who'd you give it to? And then she goes, what do you mean? I go, well, as far as I know, I said, there's only 8 lawyers in Illinois that are private detectives, and I know all 8 of them. So I'd like to know who you gave the job to, because I don't think any of them other than me applied for the job because I talked to them. And the woman said, well, we gave it to, Pedro Gonzalez. It's a made-up name,
Yeah.
And I go, well, he's not a private detective. Yeah, but he's a lawyer and he speaks Spanish. Okay, but I said, I can do all 3. She said, what do you mean? So I start speaking to her in Spanish. So then she goes, well, I'm going to have to tell my boss we're going to have to reopen. So I said, no, you're not. And she said, what do you mean? I said, I wouldn't want to work for you. And I go, just remember something. I said, I got you, just recently I brought in $400,000 in restitution to your company, but yet you play games with people. And then I said, I don't want to have anything to do with you guys, But it's kind of funny that they're always looking for an angle. They're always looking for.
Well, they write up when they know who they're going to hire. But they put the job out there anyways, and then they waste a bunch of people's time, applying for the job, but they already know. The department was the same thing. They were asking, Chicago, right, police department, they were asking for guys that had top secret military clearances, that had, that had dealt with, that were detectives. And they wanted to bring them down and put them on the counter-terrorist task force with the feds.
Yeah.
Me and my buddies all in the reserves together, right? And we're all military intelligence, and we all have top secret security clearances, military intelligence, and we're detectives, and we've deployed, and I've actually interrogated Tier 0 terrorists, right? I've actually worked, that stuff. They pick a guy, doesn't have any military clearance at all, never was in the military. They knew who they were going to pick already, but they had to walk through it. I go in for an interview to teach at the academy, and they hand me a general order, and they say, you got 10 minutes to prepare a 5-minute brief on how you teach a class on this general order. Okay. I look at it. I look at page 1. I look at page 2. At the bottom, page 2 ends mid-sentence, mid-paragraph. I go, this is a 4-page general order, at least, right? So I go to where they have the general orders. I pull the other page 3 and 4. I read it over real quick, and I prepare my thing. And I come in, all right, to the interview, and I go, was this a trick question? They go, what do you mean? I says, you handed me page 1 and 2 of a 4-page general order. And they go, well, you're the first one that's brought that to our attention. I says, I guess I got the job then, huh? I knew I wasn't getting the job. It was a joke. It was a waste of my time on my day off to go down there.
Right.
That really aggravates me, you know? Just be a man about it. Say we're hiring this person because we like him, or we're hiring this person because we have to, because his uncle, you know, I owe his uncle a favor or something like that. We're not hiring for his qualifications.
No.
You know?
Yep, you're right. You're exactly right.
It was, you know, I think counterterrorism is important. It really is. We kind of talked about terrorism last week. I think it's important. So wouldn't you want the best qualified people there? Especially if you're a law enforcement organization?
You would hope. You would really hope.
But that's human nature. People doing favors. You know, people doing favors. People looking at you and say, hey, I applied for a job when I was really desperate for a job. And it was at a liquor store. It was maybe I should name it Rothschild's, right? Rothschild's Liquors on the west side. Just to be a clerk. Because I was applying for everything. You know? Here I am. I got a college degree. I got all this stuff. At least the guy, when I go into an interview, he tells me flat out, we can't hire you. I go, why? He says, you're white. I go, so? He goes, oh, they'll riot. You know? They can't have you there. Even though I passed their little test with all the names of the street names for the liquor. You know, and but he was flat out straight up with me. I got respect for that guy.
Yeah.
He was okay. He tried to hook me up with a security ADT. They didn't want nothing to do with me either.
Yeah.
Who knows? It all works out. You got to have faith to make it work out.
Faith and persistence.
So don't be discouraged if you're applying for Social Security disability benefits. Just keep appealing it. And if you're going to be, if you're legit, they're just going to drag you around. But you need to get it in there so that when they find in your favor, when you hit a reasonable person and they find in your favor, you know, you'll get that back pay. Same thing with your veterans benefits. Don't be discouraged. You might get a good rater, you might get a bad rater. You might get a good VSO, you might get a bad VSO. If you get a bad one, move on to another one. You know, don't get in a fight with these guys. Just human nature, you know. If you go in and you're polite to someone, I'm not talking saccharine polite, all right? That fake sweetness. Everyone can tell, right? You're polite with them and you treat him like he's the professional and everything, he's going to help you more. You go in and you get a fight with him, how hard do you think, even though it's his job, right? How hard do you think he's going to work for you?
Not very hard at all.
Yeah, you know, there should be no difference, but if you can't get along with them, don't get in a fight with them, move on. Get another guy, right? If you get denied, appeal it. Like, right away, it's paperwork. Go back to your VSO. Normally, a lot of them are writing the appeal before they submit the one, and they already got the appeal ready to go because, you know, some of these guys the raters just rubber stamp denials, and they got the appeal ready to go on them, which is causing more backlog. Right. And, you know, keep going to the highest level until the last guy says, until the Supreme Court says, no. Just take it up the chain. Because it really is that important. There should always be accountability to our government for what they do with our soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardians, Coast Guard, Coasties. I think Coasties. The Coast Guard people, but they call the Space Force guys guardians, right?
Right.
And if the government has to, be stronger. No one wants to deny veterans benefits. That's like the kiss of death to your career, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So if you tell them that you're going to be pushed to the point where you might have to deny benefits like that because we're holding you accountable, then you don't want to be held accountable. Then you don't send people into the swamp of biological agents that is the rest of the world. Any final words, Paul?
Yeah. Happy Halloween. And remember the Australian and the New Zealand troops on October 31st. They attacked Beersheba in World War I, and they kind of resulted in a breakthrough. So it's about 107 years or so, maybe a little longer, but remember those guys.
Okay. All right, then come down for Nightmare on Chicago Avenue in Elgin. There's lots of zombies already wandering around here.
I'm scared. You have a good week.
Yep.